of Developer Camp. Let's get the energy going. When I say developer, you say camp. Developer. Yeah. Developer. Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's a lot more energy than I have this morning. Well, for those of you who are returning, which I think is most of you, welcome back. For those of you who might be joining us just for today, welcome. We're so happy to have you. And for those of you online, also welcome. Today is going to be our most packed and most exciting day because today is our main work day. Today is also our mentorship day, so you can get feedback on all of your ideas from our incredible mentors, some of whom I see here. And then also we're going to have a bunch of programming. So we'll have workshops, we'll have talks, we'll have panels, we'll have presentations. You don't have to attend any, you can attend all. They're all for you to learn and kind of try on new things. We'll go through that a little bit, but we have so much exciting stuff planned for you today, and I'm really happy that we all get to do it together. So I just want to start actually by shouting out the sponsor of my morning, which is Pickup Coffee. No, actually, Pickup Coffee has an amazing booth upstairs, and if you haven't tried it, you should go up and get some. Additionally, Aling Patrings will be providing our food all day. If you had some breakfast, that was by them, so let's give them a little thank you round of applause. They'll be providing our lunch and dinner as well. Also, a quick side note, I know some of you have dietary restrictions, and so if that applies to you, please see somebody from our team if you don't see something that suits you and your preferences or your needs, and we will get you hooked up, okay? So something that I wanted to share is a little bit about our schedule today. So the overview of kind of what type of programming we'll have. So after we're done with our housekeeping announcements, we're gonna do another connection to body drop-in. It'll be a very brief one, and then we will release you into the wild. But the first programming that we'll have is from Gray Whale, one of our technology sponsors, Dom's company, Kenji's company, and they will be kind of doing a workshop on how to use the Gray Whale technology, which I think for many of the ideas that I've heard could be really powerful, especially if you have matchmaking use cases like kind of like pairing people with resources or kind of making matches between things. Gray Whale will be especially powerful, but it has lots of different applications. So if you're a technologist, I would really recommend coming to that one. It'll be our first program, which will happen at 10:30. So again, we're going to be streaming all this content, so if you're online and you're watching, you can watch all this programming as well. And all of the talks and panels and presentations will happen right here, so you can just come here whenever you want. Quick run through of the schedule. So after Gray Whale, we will have a visual storytelling workshop by Tofu Creatives. Are you folks down here? Nitya and Des, are you in here? They might be upstairs. Anyway, people are divided between downstairs and upstairs. So Nitya and Des, who are also two of our mentors, they're going to be doing a visual storytelling workshop. So this will help you really learn how to communicate your ideas. So you might have an incredible idea, but if you don't know how to tell the world about that idea, it's going to be hard for people to engage. So I would recommend not missing that one. And then at lunchtime, we're going to have a film screening of The Foresters and a short talk with Raf, who's one of our mentors. And there he is in the audience. Can you stand up, Raf, and give people a wave so they can see you? Yes, so exciting. And he's also one of our amazing mentors, so you'll get to talk to him later if you'd like. After lunch, we have a women's leadership panel, which I'm so excited about. I see a lot of women here in the audience, and I would really recommend anybody join that. But in particular, a lot of our female leaders who are also our mentors will be on that panel, and they will be available for you to talk to. I think that there are specific challenges that we face as women in leadership, and I think that it's a really great opportunity to be able to talk to people who have been able to make space in the world and inhabit their authentic selves as women in the workforce and who are leaders, including we have Joy here, who's one of our sponsors, and she is the CEO of BestSign, and she is one of the best examples of female leadership that I know. She's not explicitly a mentor, but I'm sure she would be willing to offer feedback on ideas. She's right here. Joy, can you, sorry to put you on the spot. I didn't ask her about this before saying this, but I just wanted to shout her out because she's an incredible leader. Not only is she incredibly smart, her company is very successful, but she's also incredibly relational. She's a really, really great leader. So anyway, there are lots of female leaders, similarly, who I respect and admire who are here. Please use their mentorship and support. We will then have a talk, a fireside chat with Nathan and Kat. So Kat is one of our partners for this event, and they're going to be talking about blockchain, and that's going to be a really interesting talk. Nathan and his co-collaborator wrote the first book on blockchain in the Philippines, and they have a lot of really interesting things to say, both from a technical perspective and from a legal perspective. So don't miss that one if you're interested in Web3. Then we'll have a climate panel, which is going to be really exciting. We'll have representation from Leader of Light and Waves Through Water. We'll also have Raf again from Mad Travel. We'll have the Earth School online, virtually. They're based in El Nido, and they're incredible. They're going to be online mentoring today as well. And then our moderator will be Wingham of Earth Sama. So that's going to be a really incredible one if you're interested in the climate track. Then after that, we'll have Simone. Here she is. You might remember her if you were in her group yesterday, the Wild Cards. Simone is going to be giving a talk. And that one also I would not miss. Gosh, I guess it's hard. It's hard. I'm like, don't miss any of these. But I think we've put together a really great set of programming. But Simone is going to give a really, really great talk. And I'm going to let her represent it and not tease it here. So I think you should attend. We're then going to have a panel discussion on AI ethics and the future of creative work. And that will be with Quark, Terrence, Tofu Creatives, Nick Reyes, and then moderated by our very lovely Giselle. Then we'll have a brief talk by Christina Sang online, and she's going to be speaking about human experience in the age of AI. And then finally, we'll have a talk by Tallulah Lemerle on The Case for Hope, which is her book. She's one of our judges, and she's going to speak about also about AI in the human era and how we can think about that and how it contributes to a hopeful future. Ooh, yeah, let's give a little round of applause for those panelists. Amazing. Okay, so again, attend any of those, attend none of them. You can also be working with your team during this time. So that's kind of what the upstairs is for. Find your space, be collaborating, spread out, do what you need to do. And then concurrently or in simultaneously to the workshops and talks, we'll also have mentorship slots. So basically all of those folks I just mentioned, plus about 20 more people, will be here today to give you feedback on your ideas. And I would say please take advantage of all of their time, as many of them as you can. It gives you practice on pitching. It gives you practice on asking for feedback. It gives you practice on feeling intimidated by somebody who maybe has a lot of career experience and talking to them anyway because you're worth it. So we'll be doing that all day. Mentors will have badges that say mentor on it, so just walk up to them and talk to them about your idea. Additionally, for our VIP participants, so folks who have a VIP ticket, what that guarantees you is a 30-minute focused slot with a mentor. So on School, there's a link that I pinned to the top of our School community that says mentorship sign-up slots. So if you are a VIP ticket holder and you want to sign up for a mentorship slot, you can go to that link. It's just a Google Doc. You can go in there. You can see the list of mentors who are available. You can see the 30-minute time slots they have. And you can go ahead and just put your name in there. And if you'd like, you can put your entire team in there. It doesn't just have to be you. But go ahead and do that now. Let's prioritize VIPs first. And then after that, folks with basic registration tickets can also put your names in. Also, though, the mentors will be around. You know, if people are walking around and you see a mentor kind of walking around, just go up to them and talk to them. You don't have to sign up for an official slot. And then after that, in the evening, we're going to have something really fun from one of our partners, and I'm going to let Dom talk about it because this is kind of his jam.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Anna. Amazing. I'm blown away by the programming, the participants, the leaders, the whole structure. It's an amazing step up for Developer Camp. So hi, I'm Dom Segola. I'm founder and chairman of Developer Camp. I've been doing this for now 19 years, and I'm so glad, Anna, to see you taking the lead for the next 19 plus years of this organization. It is absolutely clear where this is headed, and I'm just honored to be at your side. Thank you. Just wanted to refresh everyone. Who's new today? Who came for the first time just showing up today? It's all good? Thank you. I just want to know so I can say, hi, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. We're really grateful to have you. Participation yesterday is not required to be successful today. So I'm just going to quickly go over some of the mechanics of this event so you understand, those of you who are new. This is a hackathon, yes, but it's also cooperative. So we're here to support you. We're here to showcase your ideas as much as to reward them. And so whatever you do, just make sure that you just do your best, and that's all we actually want. That's all we care about. And so at the end of this, our outcome for this is to leave behind a permanent community that thrives and flourishes with local support. So if any of you in the audience want to see this continue, please come to us and talk to us, and we'd like to deputize you. We'd like to bring you into this organization as leaders who can help it flourish after we are back in the States. We want to stay connected, and it's really for you to have. So that's our call to action. Also, just wanted to recognize as well that we have an amazing group of organizers in Giselle and Paula, who I just have to shout out to because we would not be here without them. Thank you so much. Okay, on to the next thing. I'm excited because I like to have fun, and we have an amazing community partner in YGG. And so I would encourage you to Google YGG because you will learn all about the ways that they've incorporated fun into their work and work into their fun. And what we'll be doing to recognize that tonight is a gaming competition for Starvara. Raise your hand if you ever played Starvara or know what it is. No, I didn't either. Don't feel bad. I have no idea. But I'll be leading a team to compete tonight. Nonetheless, at 8 p.m., I'm going to be recruiting you, Brian, to help me recruit some of you. Because I know this guy, because I know our friend Brian is a gamer and has an amazing community of gamers. So I'd like to implore you to help me find the great team to compete against YGG. I don't know how we're going to win, but we're going to try. And it'll be super fun, and that'll be at 8 p.m. if I'm not mistaken. Okay. And so this is part of the culture of our organization, is we really are, we're serious about fun, if that makes any sense. So we're excited for that. I also wanted to say a couple of small things of observation and encouragement that I noticed from yesterday. Some folks came up to me and asked me if they could do this solo, which is completely cool. If you just want to show up on stage and don't want to have a team, that's legit. And we would encourage you to share your idea with someone else and get some feedback along the way, and maybe have them up there with you, or just have them in the wings, even if they're not part of your team. Because it is about getting that feedback and producing a kind of spirit of cooperation, even if they're not there presenting with you. So certainly do enter if you just want to be by yourself. That's completely legit. And actually, would love to talk to you about that, because I've done that myself, and it's hard. It's very hard, but it's also very rewarding. So appreciate that. Also wanted to say, we spoke a little bit about the focus for this event. We have these focus tracks from yesterday: future of work, health and human potential, climate and regeneration, and also collective prosperity. Those are the tracks that we'll be focusing on, and in terms of judging, it'll be about impact, the impact on the world, the impact on you, on society, those focus tracks, and also connection, how you connect with other people, how you connect with the world around you, and how you create connection amongst other people. That human relational element is very important to us. So as you develop your ideas, those are the three things you'll want to focus on. I'm happy to help you with that. And in relation to that, I'm the head of Developer Camp, the organization, but Anna runs the group. She's in charge of the event, she's in charge of the proceedings, and she's helping us to march around the world and create communities like this. Because I have another focus, which is to be the CEO and founder of Gray Whale, which we'll talk about in a minute. And the reason I want to mention that is we founded this company on the principle that AI is for everybody, and that your data and your algorithm should be yours. And so we'll be presenting on that concept in just a minute. The reason I mentioned it is these tools are remarkably easy to use. They seem intimidating, and it seems like there's a lot to learn, and there is. And also, you can do this. The tools are so smart and available to you now. If you would like to learn more, come to me, come to the team, and we're happy to help you. I just wanted to encourage you to consider using one of these systems and get started. Just jump in, right? And don't be afraid, because I hesitated a little bit, right, when I got started, and I waited for the right moment, and I think that was an okay choice, but there's never the wrong time to get started, honestly, with this. So I'm just encouraging you to try, and come to me with questions, because I've done a fair amount of research and happy to help you. I also have an agent that will help create a specialized program for your learning if you choose to do that. So I'm just offering that as a service. So that is part of what I wanted to say. I hand it back to Mike.
Amazing, thank you. You missed so many critical elements that I did not say, and I appreciate that so much. Okay, one thing that we touched on yesterday but didn't go into detail on because we were trying to keep the talking to a minimum, is this really important game mechanic that's core to how Developer Camp works. And we have a contest of ideas, which is that people are pitching their ideas on the last day. But the grand champion of Developer Camp is always the person who helps the most other people. And now that most of you have been here for a day, I think you can understand why. This event is very much about collaboration, connection, pushing you outside your comfort zone, and doing this together. And so these tickets represent basically tokenized helping in some ways. When someone does an act of helping, we want to reward them or acknowledge that by saying to them, thank you so much for helping me. And then this person has a ticket that they're going to write their name on, and they're going to put it in a bucket that we're going to have upstairs at the coffee desk, Mix's Master Station. Not pick up coffee, but there's like a concrete bar, the bar, yes. We're going to put a bowl there, and if somebody gives you one of these tickets, write your name on it and put it into that bowl. And that represents a moment that you helped somebody. If somebody has helped you, come up to Dom and get some of these tickets from him, and he's going to give them to you and then give them out to people. So if someone helped you yesterday, after we're done kind of talking and grounding into our bodies and we start to disperse, find Dom, ask him for some tickets, and then go up to the person that helped you and please give them. And as you're going through the day, we'll try and remind you of this, like, did someone help you? Did someone help you? Did someone help you? But try and be thinking about that and just come up to Dom and ask him for tickets and then give them to the people that helped you. Because again, we're going to be accumulating those over the week. We're going to be able to see them in this bucket together, notice these acts of helping and how they accumulate, and how much we've helped each other collectively. And then at the end, we're going to tally them all up and recognize the person who's done the most helping. So make sure you do that. Oh gosh, there was something else I wanted to tell you. Oh yes, sorry, one thing I forgot to mention was, if you're online and you want to participate in the remote mentorship, we have a remote Zoom room that's available, and you can also sign up via that slot. In the Google Sheet for the mentorship signups, there are certain mentors who are marked as remote or online only, so pick those folks and their time windows, and they'll be able to join you in the Zoom room. If you go in the Zoom room, Cal will be there, Chelsea will be there, they're over here waving, yes. They'll be online to help kind of put you into Zoom rooms with the mentors. If somebody's not there, just like ping in our Discord channel and they'll hop in and put you where you need to be. Okay, anything you wanted to say? Oh, a little selfie. Yeah. Oh, a big wave. Amazing. Oh, so cute. Okay, before we get into our main programming, I did just want to say, so yesterday, like Dom was saying, was about team formation. Today is about working on your idea. But before we transition into that, I wanted to invite John to come up on the stage because, yes, come up please, because John wants to pitch his idea to you. And the reason why John is pitching his idea to you is because he asked. Because he said, hey, I have this great idea, which he does. I already talked to him about it. It's amazing. And also, like, I really want to find people to collaborate with. Is there a way that I can pitch my idea? And I was very happy to say yes, because this event is for you. If you want things, if you have a request, if you want support, just ask. There are so many people here, me, these folks, our mentors, each other, that desperately want to help and support you. And when does that happen? Never, never, never. But that's what this event is about. So be brave, like John, an amazing example, ask for what you want, and then take the opportunity and see what happens. Yeah, he deserves a round of applause. Okay, so give us your 2-minute pitch about your idea.
So, hi everyone, thank you. First, I want to preface this by saying I'm extremely nervous, and of course, I feel awkward. Thank you. Yeah, so just a little background about the idea first. I'm working on a visual novel to allow people to experience life through the lens of a neurodivergent individual or individuals. And the basic idea there is empathy is not taught or explained, it's experienced. And so you have ways of experiencing the life through the eyes of someone like me. I have autism and ADHD, also known as ADHD. So right now, any experiences you have, if you're on stage and you say, okay, I have 10 for stage fright, for me, it's over 9,000. And when we also have these things like the ambient noises or the lights around here and rejection sensitivity dysphoria. All those things are going on in my mind. 57 tabs are open in my mental browser, and I'm reading a script in my head right now, because if I don't do that, then I can't think or speak normally. So all these things that you would not know about unless you actually stepped into the shoes and saw life through the eyes of neurodivergent, especially other factors like different societies and cultural values. So an example of that would be if I were to get a job from HR saying, please come to my office, some people would be just nervous, but for me, I'd be spiraling, pacing around, fidgeting like this, and people would just say, you okay, dude? Because I feel everything. I just express it differently, and there are ways I just can't. Like right now, I'm losing my train of thought just trying to explain this idea, and I'm hoping I'm not failing. Thank you. So, just in short, if you'd like to come support this project, I'm looking for someone who can do UX and game design or web design. I'm looking for someone who can be a helpful pitch specialist. I don't mind other storytellers. And yeah, I mean, if this resonates with you, I'm not really putting a cap on people joining this project. Just please tell your story. Steal this idea. It's for everyone. I don't own this. We need to tell stories. So thank you.
Thank you so much, John. How courageous. He did an incredible job. Yeah, and also, I got a chance to sit with John for several minutes one-on-one yesterday and really hear the details of his idea. So I would say, find a quiet environment and ask John more to tell you more about the idea. Also, if you're a technologist who really is interested in like hardware or things like that, we were talking about some VR capabilities potentially yesterday, or like haptics and sensory things. I think there's a lot here to go on. So anyway, talk to John.
I just wanted to call out how that went, because that was like a perfect example of how to pitch an idea. First of all, you gave some personal context, you explained the idea, you talked about what was going on for you, and then you gave a very clear ask. And that is how people learn and understand how to help someone. So I just wanted to call out that anyone should do that. Yeah, and you don't have to be as perfect as John. But yeah, I would say that was a great example for those reasons, right? So it's just right. Thank you.
Amazing. Oh, very inspiring. Okay, we are going to now transition into our programming, and first, we are going to start by connecting to our bodies, which I'm seeing some people are like, oh my gosh, that's so awkward, why are we doing it? I understand, and again, this event is meant to invite you to step outside your comfort zone. So now, I would love to ask you to stand up if you are seated. You can be here, yeah. Yeah, great. And find your own space. It's nice today because we have people upstairs who might be getting out of this because I can't see you. But all the people downstairs, we have some more space today to spread out. So come up here. We have all these bunigs up in the front, so just come on up. If you're in the back, come where you can see me. Sorry, I know this is awkward, but come into the front. People in the corner, I would love to see you. I think I see Henry back there. Come on over, everyone. Yes, John stepping in, great. Oh, thank you so much, guys. Your bravery is remarkable. Okay, and now if you want, you can close your eyes. So you don't have to worry about what you look like, because nobody's gonna be looking at you. So just take a moment and close your eyes. And I want to invite you to drop your arms down by your sides, just let them relax. And maybe adjust your feet so that they're parallel with each other. They're facing in the same direction. They're about shoulder width apart. So you're just in a neutral posture. And again, feel free to open your eyes at any time to look at me if it's helpful, but you can keep them closed if that feels better. So now that you're in this neutral posture, just kind of move a little bit, bounce. Just let everything go a little bit. No, it feels silly. Feel free to close your eyes if that's helpful. Just bounce your body a little bit. Just release the tension that you have. What we're doing here is just coming into our body, just feeling what's going on. Maybe your legs are kind of tired, maybe your face is kind of tired. Just notice that. Yeah. And now maybe moving around a little bit more, maybe swinging your arms back and forth if that feels good. If you feel too close, feel free to just move away and get some more of your own space so you can feel yourself. Good. Maybe picking up one foot, shaking it around a little bit. Yeah, good. Maybe the other one too. Just giving a little shake. Okay, now, maybe just bending forward a little bit, very slowly, slowly, slowly. See how slowly you can go to touch your toes. Oh, this is nice. And just hanging out here for a bit. And then maybe twisting back and forth from your hips, arms side to side. This feels very silly to me in a way that I like. Does it feel silly to you? Okay, now I want you to roll back up as slowly as you possibly can. One vertebrae at a time. Like molasses, so slowly. All right, and take one arm and put it up to the sky very slowly as well. Good, and putting that one down and putting the other arm slowly up to the sky. Great. Okay, now come back to your neutral posture. And for a moment, I want you to, again, close your eyes if it's comfortable. Feel yourself in your full vertical line. So how tall you are this way up in the world. And noticing the space that's right above your head. Just like this part right here. Just feeling it above your head. You don't have to put your arm up if you want. You can put your arms down and just like notice from your head. See if you can like push yourself up into the space above your head. What does it feel like to be as tall as you can be? To inhabit this full height. Does it feel different? This is your line of dignity. Feeling confident in yourself in the world. Being able to stand tall in who you are. Okay, now I want you to feel from the sides of your body. Maybe you can even put your arms out a little bit like this and rock back and forth into your legs. Just noticing both sides of your body. And this is our dimension of connection. This is how we feel connected to each other and to the world around us. And when I'm not feeling like I want to connect, often I'm closed like this. And then when I want to open myself up to connection, I just expand my body a little bit and put my feelers out like this. So today, if you're wanting to invite connection, maybe making yourself a little wider and more open would be helpful. Okay, now we can drop our arms, and now bringing our attention to the front of our body. I like to do this by taking my hand and putting it on my lower belly right here, with my thumb over my belly button. This can be a really tender part of your body sometimes. We don't like put our hand here very often, or at least I don't. And that helps me feel the front of my body. And then at the same time, I like to put my other hand on the back of my body, my lower back right here. So I'm kind of like making this sandwich with my hands. So I can feel my front body and my back body at the same time. And maybe just rocking forward and back a little bit like this. And noticing that you're just the space in between the front and the back. And now taking a deep breath and seeing if you can inflate a big balloon that exists between your hands. And fill that whole space that's right in the middle there. And letting it out. So this front and back body represents time. Your back body represents your past. This is everything that you've experienced in your life that's brought you to this point. This is everything that your ancestors have experienced. Your parents, their parents before them, all the things they've gone through that bring you to this very moment. And sometimes we lean a lot forward into the future and we don't remember our past, what's supporting us in our back body. So if you're feeling nervous or like out over your skis, just lean back a little bit and remember where you've came from and all the experience that you have. And then noticing your front, noticing the future and what has yet to come, maybe even leaning a little bit forward on your toes and feeling what that feels like. Like moving forward. Leaning into the future. Yeah, good. I see some people falling forward a little bit. And then finding the middle and just kind of rocking gently between the past and the future, which is the present. That's the right now. So being present is about balancing past and future, just finding that middle. and moving from that place. Okay, one final directive. Keeping your hand on your lower belly, or maybe putting one over your heart like this, or both at the same time. I like to do that. I want you to close your eyes and remember the exercise that Christina had us do yesterday, where we figured out what our one word for purpose was, like the why that we're here. And in my body, I can connect through purpose when I put my hand on my heart and on my stomach like this, and I really feel into those why questions, like, why are you here? But not just why are you here, what do you care about? What's important to you? So just ask yourself that for a moment. What's important to me? And see what comes up. And now, who do you need to be to make that possible? Do you need to be a person who stands confidently and tall in their conviction? Do you need to be a person who asks for support? Do you need to be a person who accepts support? Do you need to be a person who uses their voice even when you feel afraid? Do you need to be a person who quiets down and listens deeply to others speaking? Do you need to be a person who is witnessing the beauty and the brilliance of others in the world around you? Do you need to accept that you are enough and that you are exactly where you need to be to do the things you're going to do? From this place, I want you to tell yourself thank you for being here. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being afraid and doing it anyway. And now, coming back to the room and moving from this place of purpose as we transition into our collaboration. Thank you all so much. Great. Yeah, let's give ourselves a little round of applause. That was edgy. Yeah, great job. All right, let's shake it out. It's time to get silly. It's time to move. It's time to bring the energy. We're going to transition to our gray whale team, who's going to give you an amazing technical presentation. So you can stay here if you'd like. I would say get your devices so that you can start to get set up with the technology. And if you want to get started working with your teams, feel free to go upstairs and find some space together and do that. All right.
Wow, great job, Anna. Thank you so much for that, Anna. All right. Wow, I feel so much more grounded. I feel so calm. And now it's time to get into the real learning aspect of the event with Gray Whale. So I'm going to have the team come up. Is that the idea? Yeah, and join me. I would like to introduce Cal Blanco from Santa Cruz, California, Chelsea Rush from Santa Cruz, California, Kenji Kato from San Jose, California, and Jason Kim from Los Angeles, California. This is the Gray Whale team. I'm so proud of each one of them and what they've brought to this event. They've been working tirelessly, endlessly to get what we have to show you ready for display. And just for context a little bit, we started Gray Whale about a year ago, after our first experience here in the Philippines, when Kenji and I were invited by Paula to come and present. And we were where you are, in the competition seat. We were vying for attention from some investors and judges in a contest of ideas called the Acti Asia Pacific AI Tech Competition. And we were finalists. We didn't win. And I didn't want to win. I didn't think that I would anyway. I just wanted to participate because I wanted that feedback from the judges. And that's what we got, and that's what led to this. So I'll give the mic to Kenji to take over. This is my co-founder, Kenji Kato, and our CTO, who has been driving the product and the vision for this entire project. Here you go, Kenji. Take it away.
Thank you. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Good? Low energy this morning? Low energy? Just got coffee? Okay. So thank you for the intro, Dom. And yeah, as some of you might know, I've also been going to Dev Camp for a long time. My very first startup actually started at Dev Camp back in 2010. That turned out to be basically from iPad Dev Camp, you know, almost 16 years ago, actually this month, now that I think about it. And that went on, we actually won, my co-founder and I, we went on to win $100,000. So to actually start our company. So real companies do start from events like this, from developer camp. So don't think your ideas are small. Don't think that they are insignificant. You can take your ideas and build them into great things. And as a result of that, over the years, I've actually worked with Dom. I went to multiple dev camps, and actually we've done 2 companies together. So this is actually our second company. And this is Gray Whale. Really quick, again, we got Chelsea, we've got Cal, we've got Jason, who are all amazing engineers. If you have questions about our data, if you have questions about our tools, seek them out. They will help you with this basic way that we have. And what we're going to talk today is about Gray Whale. So what is Gray Whale? It's an AI development ecosystem, but it's not AI in the way you might think of it if you used a chatbot. Like, how many of you have at least played with a chatbot? See you have hands. Come on. And nobody's played with ChatGPT or Claude or any of these tools? Okay. So that's what are called language models, right? Then what's becoming more popular are things like agents. How many of you have heard of OpenClaw or Clawbot? Okay, a bunch of you, right? This is really taking off. It's blowing up. If you want to talk about OpenClaw, you talk with Dom. Dom has a crazy OpenClaw bot that he has built that's doing all kinds of fun stuff. But what we want to talk about is something a little different. How do you take data and turn it into intelligent data sets? How do you make your information live in AI without having to just talk to the bots, right? So what we have at Gray Whale is we have a system that lets you take your data sources, and it can be almost any kind of data. It can be spreadsheets, it can be information that is GIS data sets, it could be literally a Google Docs, bring that in, it could be information from the web, any kind of data, bring that in using our Gray Whale tools. And we have multiple different tools that can help you bring the data into the system. And once you have that data, you bring it in and you create what we call a Gray Whale Intelligent Data Model. And what this is a combination of your data and an intelligent data system that actually looks at your data. So it's not just putting it into a database. It actually is learning what your data is. It actually makes assumptions about it. It actually performs the scientific method. It actually rigorously goes through and looks at your data. So after the first 5 pieces of data you put in the system, it actually starts to understand what kind of data you're putting into it. So that it builds intelligent data sets. Well, what can you do with that? Well, the biggest thing you can do is almost anything. That's the great part about it. It's a simple API. It's literally a REST or WebSocket API that you can interact with. We have both a 1.0 API, and we're launching here. This is the first time we're launching in public, our 2.0 API that lets you have WebSockets and all kinds of extra stuff around that. But that can be an application, it can be web pages, it can be agents, it can be data systems, any kind of different elements. Well, what does this look like in maybe a more fine-grained detail? Well, that means taking in spreadsheets, databases, web pages, APIs, MCP servers, different file formats, JSON, XML, even taking potentially data like pictures or video, transcoding that, and pulling information out. We're not what's called multimodal. How many of you know what multimodal means? Okay, if you haven't heard that term, multimodal means that the behind-the-scenes model can actually understand video, pictures, and text. Our model right now is not multimodal, but we can take the information out from multimodal models and train that into the system. And then you get your intelligent data models here. And each of these is its own separate piece. Everyone has their own unique bucket of data. It's protected, it's safe in this individual area. So everybody has their own unique piece of this. And then again, you can tie this in with the systems. Well, what does this look like in comparison to a traditional model, right? So those of you who are developers and understand back-end systems, the top part up here is something you might actually recognize. You're starting with maybe an Nginx front-end load balancer, going to maybe a Node.js server. It's a little hard to see there on the screen, maybe using WebSockets or REST API. Maybe you're going out and using an Elastic search engine that's going to MySQL or Postgres database. And to tie AI in, you're using AI APIs to interpret that data. But with Gray Whale, that all goes away, actually. We actually can be your entire backend service. You don't have to have your own hosting cloud service. You don't have to have your own server if you don't want to. You can have all that embedded in the Gray Whale AI system. So you upload your data. It becomes your entire backend service for all your data, your load balancing. All the information about your data is then served from this one model through a WebSocket or REST API that you can then call directly from your application itself or to a web service. So the idea of even having a server backend, this is in essence serverless in that sense for you. It means that you don't have to set up all the infrastructure you traditionally would have to do to build your own cloud service. We take care of all that with our data model and the entire system itself. So I want to dive in a little deeper here, but I'm actually going to hand this off to Chelsea. So Chelsea's going to talk through what is our model. It's actually called the large interaction model, and I'm going to hand it over to Chelsea to describe what that means.
Thank you, Kenji. Yeah, so on top of training on all of your data, becoming a custom model, we also offer complex interactions that allow you to service directly to users. We call this our large interaction models. So this will be a quick briefing on what they are and how we use them, specifically you. Today's agenda, first we're going to go over what they are, how they work, what makes them unique, their parts, and we're going to go through a couple of quick demos that show how you guys can use these for your projects. So large interaction models, they are an intelligent database that distinguishes individual data instances, and they establish complex relationships between your data items. That means effectively, our models, instead of training on complex historical data on user preferences, they're training just on your data, which makes the model completely custom. In addition, these learn continuously from real-time interactions. They use causal reinforcement learning to establish personalized interactions for each of your users. So how they work. Our models use item information to create a self-contained, unified understanding of all of the items within your database. This means, in effect, your model is entirely custom for the data that you put in. It also establishes very complex interactions between each of the individual elements in your database. In addition, beyond training on your custom data instances, you also provide the model instructions. These instructions that you provide guide the relationships and interconnections that are established between your items. This means that you can directly inject domain knowledge and expertise into your model without having to inject world knowledge. And then interactions. This is when users are actually interacting with your model. So the interactions provide real-time continuous feedback that optimizes the recommendation outputs per individual user, as opposed to using historical data. So what actually makes these unique? First, they're accurate. So because our models function as a hybrid between a traditional vector database and an LLM, they never hallucinate. That means anytime you're getting an output from an LIM, that means you're getting your data real time, no lies. Second, privacy. Our models never expose your private data to traditional LLMs like ChatGPT. That means your model is custom, you own it, no one else can read it, and we're not shipping your data off to external LLMs. And then speed and efficiency. So our LIMs use real-time feedback to optimize your model performance. We use 500 times less energy and compute at inference time than a Google search, which is pretty wild because it means that each of your users at inference time, once your model is trained, we're drastically outperforming LLMs and even Google, which is a really hard ask. Parts of a LIM. So we intake your data sources. As Kenji said, these can be things like scraped data, spreadsheets, even paragraphs, whatever you have. We use our data tools to extract and format these. You can then train your model using that custom data as well as your custom instructions. And then we can output your model to interact directly with apps, web pages, agents, or data systems. All right, here are the steps that you can use to create your own LIM. You guys are going to have full and complete access to our API for the duration of the hackathon. So the steps here. We create a project, we add your custom items, you submit your instructions, you start model training, and then you're ready to go. So first, this is what and we will be sharing these slides with you guys, so don't worry about getting it all right now. But this is essentially what your project's gonna first look like. You're gonna start out by providing a summary of your project as well as a project name. We wanna make sure that any piece of information you enter into our API is very informative, even things like the name, our description. We need to make sure these are as informative as possible. You can use each of these as a sort of template for how you might inject those. And this is the format of what your items are gonna look like. You can see we have an ID, title, description, and some URL fields. We'll walk through those. So ID, this is a unique identifier. If you don't provide one, we'll generate it for you. The title is gonna be things that you want actually displayed to your users. The description, this is probably the most important field for each of your items. You want this to be as detailed as possible, and you want it to be as informative as possible for your specific use case. These are gonna be in the metadata. We also have specifications and features of your items. These are further gonna drive user behavior. These might be things that you also show on the front end when your app is fully functioning. Key tips, we wanna be very descriptive. Even your project name, summary, even the keys of your metadata are gonna be used to distinguish relationships between your items. That means, let's say your items are t-shirts. If you're showing the sizes for these t-shirts, we don't wanna say metadata, the name. We don't wanna name that metadata field size. Maybe let's name it shirt sizes small to XXL. That's how descriptive we want each of your key fields to be. This will be very, very helpful for actually making sure those complex relationships are established quickly by our system. And as I already touched on, the description is a very key field. You can either put detailed natural language in here, or we can use structured data. It all depends on your use case, and you can definitely come talk to any of us if you have a question. Also, a tip here, exclude information that will not contribute to your model's behavior. I would not suggest putting extra URLs or data that you find to be irrelevant to your model's particular use case, because it's gonna spend extra time training on those things when the relationships aren't necessarily indicative of user behavior. Instructions, these are gonna be these specific custom instructions you provide to your model on how you want it to behave when users are interacting with it. So this can drive not only the idea that you have with how you want your model to behave, but also the intention with what your app, what you want it to do, how you want it to function. So make sure these are also descriptive and also indicative of your use case. Make sure your prompts also, here, make sure you add relevant examples to this. This is just a quick tip. This will help your model decide what kind of things you want to distinguish between. All right, and then the next steps, we have a couple SDKs in place for you guys. As soon as you have your items formatted, your instructions ready to go, you can trigger your model training with our SDK. So we have Remorse, which Cal is gonna speak on. We have some API docs as well, and I don't know, what was the last one? And Cuttlefish that we'll be demoing here for you guys.
Okay, yeah, so now I'm going to talk about Remoras, which is a Python library you can use to interact with the gray whale models. So are you guys familiar with Python? Do people know about Python, the programming language? Cool, perfect. So I'll walk you through an example we actually made about 20 or 30 minutes before coming up here using the Remora system. So pretty straightforward package here. Like Chelsea pointed out, we made these items. So in the items, let's see if I can you guys read that better? Sorry. Okay, yeah, so this is actually a list of all the mentors at the event. We wanted to make like a simple mentorship matching system. So up here, we've got the title, which is the mentor's name, a description which came directly from their bio on the Developer Camp website, the external URL and the image URL. I do want to note that these are the required fields, so a lot of the other fields will get auto-generated and metadata is optional, but for every item, you want to make sure you have at least these 4 fields before you train the model. So then how do we turn that into an actual model? Well, it's pretty straightforward with the Remora's system. Right now I'm using the .env library to load these credentials in from like a hidden file. I didn't know if we wanted to expose the credentials on the live stream. But here, you can make this a string, so if we give you your password, you can just put your username like here and the password here. We create a basic auth object and a project configuration. So this project configuration comes from basically the thing that Chelsea had shown, which is project name, project summary, and a hacker email. So we've got mentor matcher, a quick little summary saying like, we have compiled a list of all the available mentors, and then there's my email. And the email is really important. Sorry, I'm really bad at holding this mic. The email is super important because you will get an email notifying you when the model is done training. So back to this. We make a GW manager class using the basic auth and the project configuration. We just say project.create, we add our items, we add our policies, and then we train. And the policies are the same thing as the instructions. This is just like a little difference between API 1.0 and API 2.0, which might be a little confusing, but policies or promptlets should basically work. So I'm not going to run the training right now because it will take probably 20 or 30 minutes and we don't have that time, but I can show you running the actual interactions. And so here, this part is probably the most important part. We can call manager.data.batch, and this will get items out of our model for us. So I'm just going to run that. Okay, so now I want a mentor. Can someone hold the mic so I can type?
There you go, man.
So yeah, I want a mentor that can maybe help me with sustainability practices, or I'm interested in sustainable farming. And so we've got Raf, who is a 4 times TEDx speaker on sustainability and social entrepreneuring. We've got Jonathan. He's a visionary leader focused on sustainable innovation, and David Esteban, who's the head of Earth School faculty and its co-founder. So we can get relevant examples super fast using this system. And maybe I want to foster like human-to-human connections. So let's see who we got. We got Desiree. She's a dedicated listener, a curious learner back there. We've got Donna. Donna hopes for a world where we can all become more of who we fully are. And Simone, who I believe is down here. But yeah, so that's Remora's. There's actually a detailed Wikipedia page with more like in-depth instructions because I'm not going to be able to cover that here. But it will go over all the classes, how to use the library pretty easily, and there's a demo video. I will put a QR code up if you want to scan that and go to the GitHub. We're on PyPy, so you can just pip install Remora's. Yeah, I think that covers it. Cool.
Oh, yes. Actually, we'll show it up.
And we will have links for all of this available for you guys. The presentation, the slides will be sent to you, so don't worry if you didn't catch it just yet. All right, so those are the avenues that we have for actually starting your model training. You have your items up, and then you can start training using Remora's. We're gonna have some detailed Swagger docs also available. You can interact directly with those. Just click some buttons to send your items. And we also have the HTTP request if y'all just want to do that in code via Python. And so once you've actually triggered your model training, it finishes training, you can start interacting with your model either using Remora's, which is what Cal just showed, where you can directly get your items out via Python, or you can use Cuttlefish, which we're going to demo here in a bit, which is our custom app builder that directly interacts with your models. But first, we're going to do a really quick case study on how I built one of these for a potential client. This is called Slope Scout. So Slope Scout is an intelligent ski resort app that helps winter sports enthusiasts find their perfect resort. This is what I was just first sent over, is in a spreadsheet, massive spreadsheet of data on different ski resorts around the world. So it has things like resort names, location, their price, slope difficulty, lift types, and snow projections. I don't know about you guys, but I didn't know much about ski resorts, so I had to do a little research before I built this model. So first thing I did, this is showing you guys, this is how we actually make the first project on the Graywell platform. So here I have my project name is Slope Scout, and I have a project summary. So Slope Scout is an AI-powered recommendation system that helps skiers and snowboarders discover the perfect mountain based on their skill level, preferred terrain, and desired resort features. So this is clearly outlining the intent I have for my app before we ever get to the items. Okay, so this here is an empty card for what each of our items is gonna look like, and we're gonna go step by step with how you fill this. So first, the ID. If you don't provide custom IDs, we'll generate them for you, but if you want the database to be easily traversable using IDs, just go ahead and provide them. The title field, this is gonna be the items that are the title that's actually projected to your users when the model is recommending items. So whatever you want to be displayed, title. Next, this is where we get to our first challenging description from this spreadsheet. I don't know if you guys noticed, but the entire spreadsheet was filled with numbers, which is not very helpful for a description field. So, and also considering that the system needs a quite verbose description and detailed description, what do? What did I do? I retrieved and scraped these descriptions from an external source. So this is actually a ski dictionary, Wikipedia of sorts. So it features very detailed data on all of the ski resorts in the world, so I just went ahead and scraped those. But I have some key tips when you're actually using external sources to do this. So first, you really want to prioritize the data quality, because the quality of your data is going to be the quality of your model, especially when we're relying on these descriptions to start establishing connections between your items. You really want to focus on how verbose and descriptive these are. Second, consistency. I would consider and prioritize consistency wherever you can. Not all of the ski resorts that I needed to source were present in this website, but I chose it specifically because I could get as many as possible in a consistent format. And then finally, I would say explore domain-specific websites and pages that are for your use case. If possible, I would avoid using something generalized like Wikipedia. As a last-ditch resort, of course, it will work, but I think really explore your options, so make sure you're getting high-quality data. All right, so then I populated the description field here with the scraped external data for each of the resorts. And then I also populated the external URL field with those URLs. Something important here, the URL field must contain a real URL. You don't necessarily have to use it, but it has to be real. Also, here, we had a fun little thing that we did with Slope Scout. We didn't necessarily want to show the resorts. We wanted to show how much snowfall they were going to get each month. So we did a fun little customization here. So we used a Python script to create custom visualizations of the snowfall projections for each of the resorts in the data. So here is an example of what we're showing. So for each of the seasons, it's showing the projected snowfall at each of the resorts. What we did here is we just hosted the custom images and provided links to their URLs. Also, a quick note, this field must contain a real image. You don't have to necessarily use it, but it must be real. And then for the metadata, we are populating it to reflect the specifications for each of the items. So here in this example, some of the metadata fields I chose were country, lift types available, terrain variety, and snow type. So here I have some tips for extracting metadata. 1, do not be afraid to transform your metadata to actually make sense for your use case. So here I'm showing one of these. I don't know if you guys were well versed in lift types, I was not, but essentially, so lift types are actually really important because some of them are very difficult to use. I don't know if you've seen them, they're essentially sticks that you sit on and some of them are benches. So it's very important when you're looking at a resort to know maybe what kind of lifts they have. So here, in our actual spreadsheet, they had counts of each of the lifts. So the chair lifts, surface lifts, gondola lifts. So that doesn't necessarily make sense for our use case because we're trying to recommend the actual resorts based on skill level. So here I transformed it instead to lift types available. And so this would list each of the lift types that were going to be at that resort. So by transforming this, it exposed a characteristic of the resort that was likely to impact user preference, rather than just taking these counts verbatim and putting them in. So I'd like you to consider things like that when you're putting them in your metadata. Also, this is the second number one because it's also very important. Understand your project. What characteristics set items apart or are likely to impact user preference? Those should be very key in your mind when you're inputting the metadata fields. All right, we have more number ones. I hope you guys are really excited for these. So I'm saying this again because it's very important. Use very descriptive names for the keys of your metadata. So here, I actually extracted the different types of terrain. So rather than going from the spreadsheet that used the counts of beginner, intermediate, and difficult slope, I actually just wrote a Python script that put this on a scale of 1 to 5, the difficulty of the terrain. So you'll see that my metadata field, the name of the metadata field here is terrain variety score 1 to 5. So I'm directly telling the model the scale I'm using and what it's for. So including the attribute and scale size helps our model understand how each of our items relate to one another. And then after submitting each of our items and triggering model training, you can directly start interacting with your data. And oh, we're going to go back because now we have a demo for you. Woo.
Thank you, Chelsea. Very nice. And again, yes, definitely a round of applause for Chelsea. She did a great job breaking down the Grail system. Now, what we're going to show you is a couple things. We're going to show you how you can use the data. So everything we've shown you here, you can interact through an API, through WebSockets or REST. So you can use any standard web service, any kind of standard development architecture that you might already know in almost any language. But what Jason has been working on our team for the last year is basically building a way that you can interact with this data without ever having to write a line of code, without ever having to understand any of the side of how you do this, but build an application on your phone. If you have an iPhone, unfortunately it's only iOS right now, but if you have an iPhone or an iPad, you can build this directly on your phone in real time, and we're actually going to look at this right now. So, yep, so get out of the presentation here, and I am going to screen share. There's the code. So we're actually going to tie together right now 2 phones. Oops. Okay, there's Jason's. Let me just get mine up on the screen here. Good. And so we're going to do 2 quick demonstrations here. So one of the cool parts about this as well is not only does this basically, as I go through all my applications there, not only does, did not. Are we still screen sharing over? Oh, maybe different screen. Hold on. Let's see here. Hold on. You're not seeing my screen here. Hold on. Let's see if we can get this to. Hold on. One quick technical difficulty here. Let me find. Mirroring. Thank you. Where's it at? Oh, yeah, thank you. There we go. Okay. So, here's the cool thing about the application. Not only can you build on it, but it lets you share whatever you built to anyone else that has the application. And you can even take what you build with this, send it out to Xcode, and actually build an app without having to worry about vibe coding, and send that app directly to Apple for use in the App Store. So I'm going to have Jason here actually share an application to me that he's built using the application. So let's take a look at the mentors, for example, here. Or there's Slope Scout. We can do Slope Scout, either one. So here's Slope Scout. So this is what Chelsea just showed you, is the information about ski resorts. Jason can now share that to me wirelessly using AirDrop. He could use WhatsApp. He can send it in multiple different ways across to me. So he's going to send that over here, and hopefully doing a live demo always here. Ah, there it is. Okay, so I can accept that file that he just sent to me. It's going to pop that open, and I can open that. And now I have that in my phone, and it's loading up the same data from the server. And now I can go through here. And so now I will say, I want to look at this. I'm going to say, spring skiing in the western US. And it went out and it actually went through and found ski hills in the western US that have spring skiing as one of their specialties. And I can go through here and say, oh, I like Aspen, right? Or Snow Basin, it's okay, maybe. I can go through and have this information. Now, one of the things about Cuttlefish, the application, is that this is all customizable. It's a complete user experience. So notice I've got a blue background here. Well, I could actually go in here and actually say, you know what? I don't want a blue background for this. I want my version of the app to look different. I just turned on a metal shader in the background there that gave a nice little animation there, right? So I'm dynamically changing this on the phone. If I want to change the way the cards work, if I want to change the type of interaction, does the text overlay the graphic? So notice now, if I tap that off, notice the title is overlaying the card. I'm changing this on the phone without having to write code, but I can now take this and again, share out what I've built here on the phone. Now, if I wanted to do this as another set, we have, for example, the mentors. This is literally a data set the team trained just before this. So here Jason has that example of the mentors. And again, you can interact with that data in the system as well, right? So again, this is all that information that we put in, the links to the images, all that data is in that system itself, right? So now one of the cool things though is that we can change the format of this. For example, if I want to create one from scratch here, I'm actually going to hit this top corner up here, and here are my applications. I'm going to create a new application, and I'm going to call this Coffee Finder. Okay, and I'm going to start with Coffee Finder here. I can press and hold down on there. There's little buttons that pop up. I can add my own icon to this. I'm going to not worry about that right now. Oops. And I'm going to tap on the icon. So when you first use the application, you'll see there are data sets here. We have built-in data sets, maybe a little hard to see on the screen there, but these are pre-built data sets that you can play with in the Cuttlefish app. The one that you can't maybe see there is actually called Coffee Shops. So I'm going to hit that. And this is actually loading a data set for a bunch of coffee shops that are all over the Philippines and a lot here in Manila. Now, right now I'm looking at a horizontal scrolling of this information. But what I can do is I can go in here and I can change the layout. You know what? I want this as more of like an Instagram vertical feed. So now it's an Instagram style feed that I can scroll through, right? I can see the different coffee shops. But you know what? This is actually location information. It's GIS type data. So I can go in here and put this on a map view. And here we can see, there we are on the map, and here I can see coffee shops. Now I can interact with this, and I could actually say, instead of, it's got my ski information there still. Let me delete out that, right? And in this case, I want, coffee shops that allow dogs and have Wi-Fi. And there we go. It went through and found coffee shops in the data set around here that allow me to bring my dog and have Wi-Fi as part of it. And if I want to, I can tap on any of these and actually get the information about it. So here we have embedded in this set open hours, a description, address information, the star ratings of it, pictures, what's available there. And again, this can all be customized based on how you want this to look and feel, right? So there it's hard to see up on the screen. I could change the text color. I can change any of the information about this directly in the application. And again, I can then share it to my friends. So I can build my own private application and share it with just a group of friends using this application itself. Or I can, again, take this now and publish this out to the App Store. I don't have to worry about how I build that application. I can build it right here, literally generate the code using Xcode on a Mac, and send it out.
Also, you can also track how you're interacting with different items, so how you are telling the algorithm to recommend the different batches. So if you, Kenji, if you could, yeah, click on a few. We've already been tracking how many times we entered into a coffee shop and how much time we spent on them. So if you, yeah. So we also, in the app, we're tracking how you're interacting with the items so that the algorithm knows, and you also know what the algorithm is learning about you real time at a local level. So you also have the control over how much you care about certain items and how the algorithm learns about you.
And that's a big thing we haven't really talked about. How many of you used any of the movie services out there, right? They get recommendations for movies, right? Well, they're aggregating millions of people's data together to recommend those movies for you. With our technology, the algorithm lives on your phone, and you don't have to have any pre-existing data to help people find what they're looking for. The algorithm learns in real time as you're interacting with the data. And that's the part we're showing you here. This is actually the interaction elements that we do not hide from the end user. We don't hide it from you or even the company necessarily. You own your own data. That's part of the privacy of the way our system works, is that each individual owns the data that they've been collecting in the application. So you can literally see how the algorithm is going to change based on the data that you are collecting in the application. Okay? Thank you for your attention. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. If you want to use the Graywell technology, we are offering here at the event, people can train 250 item data sets for free. So take advantage of, these are free data set trainings that you can do for up to 250 items. Now, I will say, training 250 items might take a little longer, especially with the number of participants we have. So we would recommend you look at maybe something around 50 to 100 items to keep it smaller. Although if you have a good data set, you could train up to 250 items. It's just gonna take longer to do that. And that training time is the longest part of using Graywell. It's that understanding of it. But it has to go through and read your data. It has to make experiments on it. It has to look at all the information and figure out how it's going to build an AI model just for you and your data. But once that's done, then the interaction is in real time. There's no waiting for it. It happens on the fly. All these data sets you saw are actually happening in real time from the back-end systems, okay? So if you have any questions about how you're using any of our tools, you want access to the Graywell system, come and find any of us. We will provide you with keys, the passwords to get into it, and how you can actually start using it. And if you want to use Cuttlefish to build your application, come find us. We'll put you on the exclusive first use look and first use group. So you are the first group we are publicly letting use this. So if you have an iOS device and you want to play with Cuttlefish yourself, come find us. We'll add your email in the system and you get an exclusive first look at the application itself. Okay? So thank you all. I hope you have a great time hacking. And come find any of us to help you out. Thank you. And I think we're going to take a break now, and I think we have another presentation coming up. Oh.
Thanks so much, Kenji and the Graywell team. You guys are awesome. Woo! So guys, our next presentation is visual storytelling by two amazing human beings, Nitya, Lila, and Des of Tofu Creatives. And if anybody needs to transition or use the bathroom, now's your time while they set up. Here. Thank you.
Oh, that was perfect.
I can
everyone. We're starting soon, yeah. For those who are already here, for this workshop, if you could just grab a piece of paper here and a pen. And if you could just come up here, it would be easier for you to participate in the workshop. Yeah. So there are pens here and crayons. Oh, it's visual storytelling.
I know it's a digital world, pero let's practice using our hands. Diba? Crayons, paper. We're gonna do something a little bit outside of your comfort zone. Not the usual digital space. And yeah, we're going analog.
You have a pen? Yeah, you can use your own pen. Okay. Huh? Sure, yeah, that's fine. Knox. You have notebook. Okay, sige. Oh, sige. So, later we'll use one page per prompt. For the, you'll see. More bag. Yeah. Feel free to get pens here. I'm not sure. Are you joining the workshop? No.
Can the people upstairs hear us? Rinig tayo sa taas. Hindi. Sige. Yung mga friends nyo na nasa taas pa, you can message them or invite them to come down if they want to join this workshop.
Okay, let's just give a quick minute. Okay, I think we can start. There's enough of us. Yeah, okay. So, at Tofu Creatives, our work is really about not just drawing, it's about deep listening. So, we work with different development institutions like UN agencies, ADB, World Bank. They get us to listen to their conferences live and draw. And at the end of the day, we share what we drew and synthesize for them their discussion. So I'll show you some examples later, but just a quick intro of us. So for today's workshop, it's about lead by listening, using illustration, storytelling, listening, and action. So for today, we just want you to just have fun, play, stay curious, just draw, flow with it. This is a safe space. It's really, you don't have to get caught up in the actual drawing, but it's about the think behind the ink. So this is not an art competition. When you share it, like, no need to apologize. And let's not judge each other. So it's a safe space for everyone, and let's keep it that way. Yeah, don't be afraid to share. So you will only get as much as you give from this workshop. So it's really up to you and your participation. Ayan. So who agrees na, who here has heard of VUCA? VUCA. So we're living in a world that's volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, nosebleed no? Pero agree ba kayo? It's a messy world out there. So nung COVID, di ba na-feel nyo nung gulo nun, aside pa from this week's news, but we all wanted a leadership response that that had vision, understanding, clarity, and adaptability. So all innovations crave for that, and it's important to rally people towards vision. So ngayon, nalulunod tayo sa waves of disinformation, distraction, deepfakes, at doom scrolling. Agree ba? Yes. Lunod na lunod, araw-araw. So ang tanong is, how do we get to shore? Kaya isla. Kasi pag nasa shore na tayo, di ba, parang kalma na tayo. So, we'll start with illustrations. So the first prompt is, if you could get your paper, if may paper kayo, the first, fold it into 4, or sa mga may notebook, just 1 page. Fold it into 4, and then we'll ask you to doodle, what's your inner weather? Yan, we'll give you a minute. Sige, get ready muna kayo. And so this exercise will have 4 parts. So this is the first part. Kaya we're asking you to divide it into 4. So in the upper left quadrant of the paper, you start, what's your inner weather right now? It could be right now, this week, this year, or for this developer camp. Ayan, we'll begin 1 minute.
So using weather as a metaphor, maulan ba sa loob nyo? Is there sunshine in the horizon? Is it gloomy inside of you? Is it calm? Stormy? May bagyo bang parating pero may araw na natatanaw? So this is just a quick exercise to arrive in your body, to arrive in your thoughts by drawing your inner weather. And again, just go with it, just flow with it. Don't think too hard about it. You can use the clouds, you can use rainbow, you can use the sun. Imagine the rain. How's your inner weather? Tag-init na sa labas, pero sa loob nyo, kamusta kayo? Diba? Nag-iinit din ba? Sobrang araw sa labas. Pero malay nyo, sa loob ninyo, cool na cool, diba? Amihan ba sa loob ninyo? Umuulan ba? We have another minute. All right, I think we're gonna wrap it up with that. So, can we invite someone to share their inner weather? Kasi magtuturo ako. Also, for those who will share, meron kayong, you can choose from our postcards. Mga punny postcards. Ikaw na lang, Johnny. Sorry, it's Johnny, right? Okay. So you want to share your inner weather? You want to share your drawing? Can you come up here?
Okay, so it's the top one. You can ignore the bottom one. Sure. Okay, so my inner weather is fog, because part of my mental world with ADHD is brain fog most of the time, and many times I just don't know how to navigate with clarity, so I just kind of have to feel around through life. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Was that the first time you drew your inner weather?
I think so.
All right, thank you. Another one. All right. Si Naz.
Apologize for my drawing, but to explain. Right. So basically, I drew almost everything. We have like sunny, rainy, and we even have clouds, and we even have like the tsunami and whirlpool and such. The reason why I drew this is because my mind goes into every situation or like weather wherein at times I feel like I'm stressed, so it's always going to be thundery. At times I experience that I'm in a great mood, so there is sunny. Of course, there are waves, which indicates that there are always going to be heavy problems, which is going to be signified by the tsunami. And we also have the whirlpool because I am always going around. A lot of my thoughts are going around, and yet I'm not going anywhere. And lastly, with the tornado, it is similar to the concept of the whirlpool, wherein it gets more higher and higher in a sense that I cannot find it, and the emotions, the amount of emotions gets so much more difficult that it gets into another state, like from mental, it becomes more of like another state wherein you have this physical that also adds into it. So that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Naz. We have one last about the inner weather. Pili kayo ng postcard sa mga nag-share.
So actually, this is my inner weather. I draw a sun with a smiley face. So yeah, that's what actually feeling right now. So why sun? Yeah, basically it's hot outside. But in my perspective, why sun? Because I think this boot camp, I think, will enlighten us for something that that everyone can share. So I think that is something that we can learn from others. And then why there's a cloud? So this is my first time in the boot camp. So yeah, I think could be a little bit cloudy, but yeah, I'll basically learn from this event. So thank you.
Edwin. Thank you, Edwin. Here, Edwin. Thank you so much. Ayan.
Sige. So for the next storytelling naman. So for us at Tofu Creatives, there are many ways to tell a story. So just a quick story of one of my favorite gatherings we've ever been part of. So this meeting was in the Maldives, and it was about women peace builders, 100 women peace builders from 40 conflict areas in the world. And they were talking about We're already mothers, sisters, daughters, and we're peace builders on top of that. What do we prioritize? So you see these women with many hands and the baskets of priority of work that they have to do. And so when we were illustrating this, some women came up to us and said, I feel so seen by your illustration. That woman is me. And that was the moment when I realized that we're not just drawing here. Our work is really about deep listening. And if you make people feel seen, heard, and understood, it's so much easier to create the world that you want together. And so these are just other examples. This was a workshop for Asia Pacific youth and what was their vision for the future that they wanted and the pathways for green economy, informal economy, digital economy. So in just one big picture, you get to see that. And this was a retreat for climate activists who are burned out because there's a lot of grief that we're dealing with the whole climate crisis, but also the wars that are happening right now. And I think at the heart of this is how before we take care of the world, we also have to take care of ourselves and our inner work because that's how we show up. And so these are other examples of whiteboard animations that we do and comics and during COVID. And so for the next one, it's about listening. So for the second quadrant of your paper, you will get to listen to Nitya Leela play the handpan. And we want you to just draw whatever you feel like drawing while she's playing. Two volunteers to just share their drawing quickly.
Hey everyone, my name is Jeremy Brooklyn. I drew a field of a lake or a marsh house. It reminded me so much of when she played the handpan. It reminded me so much of the marsh house from my favorite movie, Ghibli, When Marnie Was There by Hayao Miyazaki. I really like how it vibes and resonates with me because I imagine myself in the sea and watching the sunset while probably sitting there on the fields of grass while looking at the river or the marsh lake. And when I heard the sound, it reminded me so much of the soundtrack of when Anna tried to escape their hometown to go to the marsh house. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Was it the first time you've seen a handpan play live? First time? Sino first time? Yeah. So this is a handpan, to those who don't know it yet. All right, we'll proceed with the next.
Nitya Lila also just released her album on Spotify. It's called Home Base. I'll show it to you later. But for now, back to the workshop. So ito na talaga yung heart of the exercise that we're going through. So we want you to choose 3 adjectives to describe yourself and then draw each adjective to individually. So for example, si Nitya, she chose big picture, collaborative, and designer. Thus for her, the big picture is the earth, collaborative is a Venn diagram, and design is an iPhone because it's a good design. And then we want you to draw them together. So that's like a logo of you or a picture of you. So we want you to choose from these strengths. So your strengths can also not be on this list, but just going back to VUCA kanina, VUCA, volatility impacts our action. Uncertainty impacts our planning. Complexity impacts our understanding. And ambiguity impacts our feeling. So these are our strengths in the VUCA world. So it's really important for you in this messy, messy, messy world to remember who you are and what your strengths are. So I want you to just choose 3 adjectives to describe yourself. Strengths. If it's not here, you can just choose your own. And then draw each individually. But on the 3rd section of the paper, just draw the one picture of yourself. Balik ako sa instructions. Ayan. Okay, gusto niyo ba picturean yung strengths? Or okay na? Should I go back to the strengths? Yes? Okay. Ayan. So we'll give you 5 minutes for this. And this is the most important part of the workshop.
Again, you don't need to choose one from each column, ha? You can choose from one, from action, from planning, from understanding and feeling. 3 words that resonate with you.
We'll give you 5 minutes. Starts now. Patapas? Who's ready? You can also search on your phone icons. Kunyari, creative icons, curious icons, if that helps. Jad, ready ka na? Sige. Iyad. Sige, sige. Combine. More time ba? Meron bang ready? Ikaw? Are you ready? Hello? Sige, 1 more minute. Baka more time. Ready ka? Ready. 30 seconds. 30 more seconds. Let it flow. Sana yun. Sana. Sige, let's.
Yeah, kind of. All right. I am not an artist, just saying. I'm not apologizing for that. Anyways, so what did I pick? So my 3 words are supportive, organized, and intuitive. For supportive, I kind of took my inspiration from nature because that's kind of how I get my support. And so even though there I kind of tried to draw a hand or a leaf or something, pushing something up, I did pivot in my final one. The organized is this grid, just because for one, I see these straight lines, and when I say that I'm organized, I always make this gesture, you know, structure. So I made a grid. And then intuitive is the spiral, because that's literally like the hand on the belly thing earlier. That is intuition, that's feeling where you are, who you are right now, and what the present moment is kind of telling you to do. So combining that into all 3, the spiral is the heart of it, always will be. The structure and the organization are these lines kind of going in all directions, because in the end, when you are organized, you are thinking of the past, how to implement it in the future, and how to bring that above and beyond. And then in the bottom, that's the non-artistic part, are the roots. That is the, what was my word again for that? The support. So, you know, going back to the roots, going back to what supports us in Mother Nature, we do have to be and have that rooted support to be able to carry everything up.
Thank you. Oh, that's great. Ikaw, can you go next? Just say your name.
So the 3 things that describes myself is, first is adventurous. I do love to explore, and what I drew for the adventurous is the trees, which I love to go outside. And for the future minded, the money and the briefcase, which represents the job, and the audiences here are the people that I connect with. And for the intuitive, you can see the stickman here with the bubble cloud. I love to think deeply and to share it with other people. And I combined the tree, combined it with, while adventuring outside. I still connect with other people, the people that are like-minded like me. I love to share and enlighten others, and I can benefit from them the same way I do.
Thank you so much, Ian. Ayan, we have one more. Okay. Ay, Ian. Pili ka rin ng postcard. Which one? Wow. I want to hear the story behind this. Okay.
Hello, so the words that I chose was, first one is energetic, the other one is future thinker or futuristic, I don't remember. The last one is negotiator. So I tried to draw a Gundam here. Yeah, so I'm a fan of futuristic fantasy and of course anime and stuff like that. So of course the future, it's a Gundam. It's powered, and Gundam is actually very political. The story behind every Gundam anime is very political, and I kind of wanna be into that because I'm also a negotiator. Yeah, so I try to negotiate everything, especially in my line of work. So I kind of relate on the Gundam anime in general.
Thank you.
Nick. So the postcards we have, "Oh Bebe, I love your way, the hopelessly devoted to you, can't take my..." Ayan.
Hi, so my name is Ali. So for my three adjectives, I first chose the one that says passionate. Because whenever I do something, I'm always passionate about what I do. I always give it my full energy, all of my full efforts, and I try to strive for excellence as much as possible. And I chose the fire to represent this because in a way, it is a good thing because I feel the light inside me, but at the same time, it can also like inflame or engulf me whenever I do something. So the next one is optimistic because with everything I do, even though it could be difficult, I try to be optimistic at all times. And it's quite hard, especially like you've mentioned, given our current environment, given the challenges we're facing. But I try to approach life with a ray of sunshine each time. And lastly is just, because ever since I was a child, I always had a sense of justice inside me, which is why I currently work at the legal field and I also work in public service. So I always feel the need to pursue justice at all times. And for the symbol that I created, so with hidden inside the symbol I created, firstly, the first element of that is the, oh, it's not seen. Oh yeah, it's there, okay. Okay, so hidden inside me is really my sense of justice. Like that is my core regardless of anything I pursue. I wanna be able to make sure that this has a deeper meaning. I want to make sure that what I do has an impact and would be able to change the lives of other people. And beyond that is my sense of passion, which is the next layer, which is what inflames me to pursue what I want to do in my life, which is to do public service and legal work. And this passion radiates into helping, which is my goal eventually, to help the country, which is why I drew the sun, which I derived from my previous symbol, but I drew it in the Philippine fashion of the sun, yes. Because really, like, the struggles of what the people are going through in our country, seeing this and knowing that I could do something is what motivates me every single day to wake up and to strive harder in terms of my work, in terms of my education, even though things could be difficult in the long time. And I think it's important for all of us to have a really solid core, like something that really motivates us and reminds us every day to keep on going. So, thank you.
Thanks, Ali. Ayan, there are no right or wrong stories when it comes to our strengths and who we are, and every story starts with ourselves, diba? Agree naman? So, but the question is, how do we show up in the world? So it's really important, not just your drawings, but how you communicate your story. Yun, that's really what we're aiming for. So yung ito na talaga yung pinaka-important. So we want you to choose a community that you're part of or identify with, but it can also be the project that you're working on now. So you choose the 3 adjectives to describe that, and then do it again. For your community or yung project that you're working on now, because this is how you start communicating it to other people. It could be part of your pitch tomorrow. But it doesn't have to be. It could also just be a community you're part of. So it's up to you. Tas yun, you choose the same strengths again. You choose from the description. But if it's not here, then you could also just choose 3 words for it. Yeah. If you have an org at school, or it could be your identity as a Filipino, or yeah. And we'll give you 3 minutes for this. Ito na yung final, and then we'll wrap up. 3, just 3 words again. Could be any adjectives that you want. Could be about the solution that you're creating for the problem that you're solving. mentors will share. Oh, who wants to go next pala? Yes, okay.
The last one.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Good. Yeah. Well, yeah, that one works. Okay, so from the words that we used in the previous exercise and all of the other images and ideas that came up, it came to this conclusion on the final slide, which it has an emphasis on community. So in the particular community, the health community that I'm helping to curate and build, some of the important aspects are to be able to create, if you can see that, share, and then connect. So for like an individual, it's really important for them to, in our mind at ArtMed, at the clinic that I founded, is for them to create a healthy version of themselves. Like what is that? And so as I've been asking some of the other like mentees here, like how do you define what health is? And then by doing that, what was the word I came up with? Yeah, then, so it's a form of innovation that will arise from creating what that healthy version of you is or are. And then to be able to like share that and retell it, you know, because that's, as a physician, that's my, or other people, like the other practitioners' role is how to be able to share that or explain it to others, you know? And that way you're inspiring other people, you know, to also be healthy, to be well, to, you know, it can be family members, it can be your friends, it can be colleagues and coworkers. And then the third and last word is, yes, to be the ability to connect, you know, to make it relatable. And then to collaborate, you know, to have environments like this where the purpose is to help one another, and then to collaborate and create a better environment and community for us all to live in. And then the kind of, oh, it's okay, we can just finish there. So then those would be the foundation, and it's kind of like an onion or that example of a tree with rings, you know? So the tree is like the roots and then the foundation, and then that's, sorry, it's not the most artistic, but like the kind of leaves and the photosynthesis, you know, that happens there. And then you have like a biodome on top, and what like plants and nature allows us to do, no, is like convert like this carbon dioxide into food that would nourish us. So that's the thought process that was going in my mind, thanks to the guidance and facilitation to Tofu. Tofu, thank you.
We're gonna have another one sharing. Thanks, Victor. Yan. See ranks, friends. Which one? This one? Go ahead.
So yung current na 3 words that I chose is reliable, strategist, and collaborative. For community po. So basically yung dalawa yung rendition ko pala. Yung isa, yung pinaka-initial idea ko, yung maliit. Yeah. Tapos nakikita sa taas yung mga kung paano ako nag-derive ng idea, paano napunta dyan. Yung una, reliable. So, what is reliable? So, mga foundation, pillars, ganyan. So, yun yung naisip ko agad. Since yung community, hindi siya magta-thrive kung walang malakas na foundation. Then, strategies, connections. So, parang may network icon dyan. So, ayun din. So, collaborative. So, parang ang una ko naisip dyan is puzzle pieces. Pero, masyadong challenging i-drawing. So, yung ano lang, grid na lang, 2 by 2 grid. Tas, yes. And then, yan yung pinaka-emblem, final emblem. And I think, yan na yung for the whole community. A strong pillar with strategic and collaborative environment. Yun na po.
Thank you, friends. Thank you so much. Pili ka ng postcard. One last.
So this is the 3 words that I've collected. So for transparency, I'd like to work on communicating with our differences and try to absorb it myself, since there's an understanding where we should be understanding one another even that we have differences. And connectivity, just like I said, understand. We seek first to understand before we seek first to be understood. And for that challenging, despite the pressure and the hardship that to communicate with other people, because this is actually my first time being through here to this kind of event, I'm challenging myself by communicating. What's the project?
Thank you everyone. Diba we learn a lot from listening to each other's stories as well. So just to wrap up lang, ayan. So I just want you to pause for a quick minute or just a few seconds to just look around this room. Look around the things around you, the pillars, the AC, the banig, yung cups, your hat, your clothes. So if you think about it, everything around you, it started with a drawing. And then someone started building it. And then someone started making it, diba? So in time, political movements and personal movements, they all begin with imagining another way of existing. So I leave you with what do you want to create? And how can you make more people feel seen, heard, and understood? Okay, thanks everyone. So this is us. You can connect with us, Desykes Doodling and Nitya Lila on Instagram. And this is Nitya Lila's album on Spotify if you want to scan it and listen to it. Home base. Thanks everyone. I hope you had a good time and learned a lot. Feel free to just reach out to us within the day if you want to consult us about how to communicate, visualize your pitches and your work.
Thank you so much, everybody. Let's give one last round of applause to Nitya and Des. I hope you guys enjoyed. Okay, so our next portion is actually gonna flow into lunch. So if we could all stay put here, I would love to call on Raf Dionisio over there. Woo! Raf, who has done such amazing work in the climate space, and he has a film, a documentary to present to us today. And let me, okay, yeah, I'll just remove it. So Raf is gonna, whoops, it's okay, thank you. Raf's gonna give a short talk and then go into this documentary. So I'll let him do his thing once we figure out. Allow.
Yung sound system, how do I connect the sound?
Kuya, yung sa sound.
May plug pa.
Okay.
Sige, well, they're setting the sound. Hi guys, good afternoon. So thank you for sharing your lunch break with us. I wanted to just introduce the documentary called The Foresters. It's about creating impact with the power of business, right? And I do remember starting up my own businesses. And the first time I joined a camp like this, and when I say a camp like this, they got us into a hackathon. I pitched a business idea, and then somebody went to me at the end of my pitch, and he said,
if you get rich, you didn't make your country better. And I was like, wow. For context, I remember I got a standing applause from the crowd. So I was so shocked. I was like, I just graduated from university. Why is this mentor telling me that pretty much I'm a failure with my pitch? Akala ko ba gusto ng crowd? And then he asked me a follow-up question. He said, are you safe in your own country? And I thought about it and I said, sir, hindi po. There are many streets in my country that I cannot walk safely, even if I am male, and even if I am taller than the average Filipino, and even if I was born and raised here. And then he went on to say, are you going to just send your kids to Japan or Singapore so that they can walk the streets safely? And I said, ayoko yun, sir. I don't want that. No? And so the journey of my startup and business has been focused towards trying to make the country safer. And to make it safer, it must be food secure, it must be climate secure. Today, relevant must be energy secure, right? And perhaps the context that you're walking into is the transition of extractive to regenerative, right? Which I think a lot of you will have been exposed to already in different segments, no? This is the basic context that that the film is trying to address, the degradation of our forest. No? Just a little history, because it's not part of the film. But in 1900, a country bought the Philippines, right? The US bought the Philippines from Spain for $20 million. And in the meeting minutes of the Senate, the senator explained to the then president why they should buy the Philippines. Because just like today, when you need a large budget, you have to justify it to Senate and Congress. And so before, the justification was the Philippines has lumber to last us generations. Cebu is a mountain of coal, and we can use that for energy. And you can mine gold in all the riverbanks of the Philippines. No? Oh, and the fourth one, the soil of the Philippines, any island, is healthier than any farm in California. So farming as well, right? And so that was the global geopolitic motivation of the time over a century ago, right? And the story talks about how we're battling wildfire, right? And how we're trying to bring things back to life through nature, but also through an economy with the ITAs, no? And so it's about that transition, right? So I will, rather than explain, I think it's, in the words of one of the guys earlier, I think it's better for them to experience it, no? Where's the socket? Yung sound socket? Ah. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Thank you.
Isa sa pinakamalaking hamon na kinakaharap hindi lang ng ating bansa, kundi ng buong mundo, ay ang mabilis na pagbabagong nagaganap sa ating klima, ang climate change. Hindi na ito isang babala. Ramdam na natin ito sa araw-araw. Mas malalim na baha, mas mapaminsalang pagguho ng lupa, kakulangan sa pagkain, at unti-unting pagkawala ng mga hayop at halamang dating bahagi ng ating likas na yaman. Kabi-kabila ang pagkakalbo ng kagubatan, gawa man ng tao o bunga ng sakuna, habang patuloy na tumataas ang temperatura sa halos lahat ng sulok ng Pilipinas. Ayon sa pag-aaral ng Climate Interactive, MIT Sloan, at Ventana Systems, gumamit sila ng isang interactive tool na tinatawag na En-ROADS, isang web application na tumutulong sa mga policymakers, guro, negosyante, at simpleng mamamayan para maintindihan ang epekto ng bawat aksyon kontra climate change. ang babala. Kung mananatili tayong walang ginagawa, pagsapit ng taong 2100, tataas ang global temperature ng halos 3 degrees Celsius o katimbas ng 5 degrees Fahrenheit. Isang pagbabago na maaaring lubos na makasira sa kinabukasan ng ating mundo.
Well, you know, I remember the date. And in fact, that day, what we experienced, 54 degrees Celsius, heat index. Wow, to actually experience that, mind-blowing. We have a swimming pool out there for the guests. I dipped my arm into the pool as far as it would go. It was hot even there. And I reached about 3 feet. It was hot. No, so hot, I wouldn't go into that pool.
Nung bago pa lang kami dito, malamig talaga yung panahon na yun. Kumbaga, hindi yan totally na ganito po, kainit na halos hindi na kaya ng balat. Tapos umabot na po ng ganito at sobrang init naman na.
Mainit po talaga kasi nung pumutok po ang pinatubo, di ba nagkandamatay po ang kahoy. Natabunan po ng aspol. Yun po, madalang po ang kahoy kaya mainit po talagang singaw ng panahon. Hindi ka po makalakad dyan sa lahar. Sobrang init.
Talagang mainit po, sir. Akala ko po, sir, wala nang ng buhay namin dahil puro nabuhangin yung kabundukan.
Grabe po yung init nun. Siguro po, lalabas po kami ng bahay. Mararamdaman mo po sa balat na alas 9 pa lang. Para ka nang pinapasok dyan sa... Galing dito hanggang Sagpat.
Ang hirap po ng pagkakitaan talaga at wala pong pumapasok na trabaho, lahat wala po. Na pati itong mga bundok po, kung nakikita niyo itong mga bundok dati, kulay brown po yan, kalbo po yan siya. Wala talaga pagkakitaan na kanya-kanya maggasak, magtanim kung may itanim. Minsan naghagilap kami ng binhi ng gulay, binhi ng palay, para lang makapagtanim. Yun po, nadatnan ko.
O doon kami nakatira sa bundok. Kasi nung araw, sa kahirapan ng buhay ng mga katutubo noon, kung saan abutin ang gabi doon natutulog. Lalo na kung nasa linang ka, ano yung linang, yung kakugunan, yung gran. Wala kang sisinungan. Mas mainit sa walang puno.
We're experiencing now heat index of 40, 43, which we're, if you notice, beginning to normalize. There's now a new warning of what the heat index will be for the coming day, right? And usually about 27 places are being given a danger warning because it's reaching over 40 Celsius. In fact, in DepEd, they have a policy now, instantly when that heat index reaches 42, you call off the class. It's impossible to learn at 42 degrees. It's impossible to teach.
Ang mga salaysay na ating narinig ay patunay. Hindi ito hinaharap, kundi kasalukuyan. Ang matinding init ay hindi na bago sa bawat Pilipino, lalo na sa mga komunidad na malapit sa kalikasan. Ramdam ito sa lupa, sa tubig, sa hangin, sa araw-araw na pamumuhay. Ngunit ang init na ito ay simula pa lamang. Isa lang ito sa mga palatandaan ng mas malalang epekto ng climate change. Kasunod nito, isang panganib na unti-unting lumalapit. Ang banta ng wildfires.
The kogon, the wild grasses, the talahib, they can grow up to 5 feet. And by October, by the end of the rain, they finish na their life. Once they flower, they look so beautiful. Now when you see the mountainside with those white cattail flowers, beautiful. But that is the signal that that's the end of their life. They're going to dry up with the October and November sun. And by December, it's a massive fire hazard. It's like you're walking into a tank of fuel And any spark, even the spark of a motorcycle backfiring, is enough to ignite that. Somebody making charcoal far away, ooh, a little, when they're harvesting it, boom, it's that dry. So all of that grass becomes combustible fuel.
Gumawa ako ng paraan para mataniman doon sa kabila. Hindi siya magkaroon ng sunog. Kasi tanggalin na yung kugon at saka yung talayb doon, pwede nang ilagay doon sa lutuin ng biochar.
Biochar is, in effect, the ability to turn biomass. What is biomass? It just means that anything that was once alive but is now dead is called a biomass. And in agriculture, we produce a lot of waste biomass that is burned. Rice hull, rice straw, branches, waste bamboo. When garden leaves, when we burn that, we are returning the carbon in the biomass into carbon dioxide, which will add to the warming of the temperature, bringing an intensification of the heat index and other associated problems. So the simple act of, instead of burning, we char it, biochar it, then the carbon is retained. And this carbon, it turns out, this biochar has 55 different applications, perfect for the regenerative agenda.
There's one technology, biochar, which sounds complicated, but really it's quite simple. If you have a farm or a large garden, you can turn your biomass into high-value carbon that holds water for the soil and regenerates it very well.
If you do the math, 1 hectare of kogon, wildly grown kogon, can give you about 500 kilos of biochar. And to encourage that, I'm offering 10 pesos a kilo of biochar made from the wild grass, which is my raw material to make an earth house. So I'm trying to develop the downstream uses of biochar to create a demand so that there will be value to making the biochar that results in a wider solution. Because if you can just remove the kogon, if you just remove the fire risk, nature would be the one to do the reforestation.
Dinala kami doon sa kay Sir Philip Camara. Nakita ko talaga napakaganda. Puting-puti yung buhangin. Ang isang kagandahan doon, bakit ang ganda ng mga pananim? Yung baboy, walang amoy. Yung manok, tayo ng manok, walang amoy. Kaya nakita ko doon, paano walang amoy ito? Ayun pala sir, yung biochar na yan, nilalagay doon sa inaapakan ng baboy at saka yung manok. At saka yung yero po sir, napakaganda. Yung yero na yan, talagang malamig yung hindi na kagaya doon sa walang biochar, yung yero, mainit. Pero kung may biochar, napakalamig doon sa silong niya. Yun po ang isang kagandahan. Natuto kami doon sa
It's been very effective for us, and the communities have been able to implement it on their own without any supervision. Those are the kinds of solutions or actions, behaviors we're hoping for, right? And it's possible.
Isa ang Zambales sa mga lugar na matinding sinalanta ng kalikasan. Mula sa makaminsalang pagsabog ng mga pinatubo noong 1991 hanggang sa sunod-sunod na sakuna at mga gawain ng tao na lalong nagdulot ng pagkasira ng kalikasan. Ngunit sa kabila ng lahat ng ito, sa puso ng mga bundok ng Zambales, nananatili ang isang komunidad na patuloy na lumalaban. Mga taong muling binubuhay ang kanilang lupain minsang nawala.
Typhoons that have just taken everything away, fires that have taken away land, losing loved ones, losing their houses, just complete devastation. And in that devastation, them telling me that there is hope. And who am I, right, to say, no, there's none. Hope doesn't come, at least for me, hope doesn't come from me as an individual doing the work. I think hope exists in the dedication of the community that I stand with.
We work with communities across the Philippines, and we love this country so much. I visited this community for the first time in 2015 by accident, and I walked through that valley, and it was so beautiful, hauntingly beautiful, but also incredibly hot. And I just thought to myself, wouldn't it be nice if this was a cooler trek? We need trees. A month later, I met Hinalaban Foundation and Tuminugan Farms. And from them, I learned that the country had lost more than 90% of its forest, which was symbolized by the valley that the Yangil tribe lives in. In the process of meeting them, I found out that they had a existing reforestation site with tribes, and they had nursed thousands of hectares back to life, to the point where they had a coffee agroforest, Philippine eagle come back to roost. Absolutely amazing stuff. And to meet that community and this organization within a 1 month span, I was like, wow, that's not coincidence, that's fate. I became very motivated to work on reforestation, not for the tree's sake, but because reforestation or our watersheds affect us in ways that we don't really know. And so we've tried our best to plant trees and to create an ecosystem where they can grow healthily, because our country has a very hard time in providing an ecosystem where trees can grow safely and for the long term. So today we have about 90,000 trees in the ground in Zambales. As of today, we'll be adding maybe another 20,000 more by the end of 2025. And that's just about 200 of the 4,000 hectares that we have to work on.
In reforestation, siguro let's start with planting from seed. And depende sa type of species ng puno, an average seed would take 2 to 3 months muna to sprout into a sapling. And from there, unang-una, hindi lahat ng buto na tatanim mo mabubuhay naman. So, you still have to watch over them for quite a while, see which ones are actually healthy enough that will have the best chance to grow. And for that will take another 2 to 3 months until it's like rainy season where it's a good time to plant. And then so you'll plant, and from there it'll take 2 to 3 years for that sapling to be able to grow and fend for its own. So I guess yun yung side din ng tree planting na maybe not everyone will really understand, kasi yun nga, hindi siya magsa-start and stop dun sa pagtanim mo, iwan mo na, tapos na. Hindi eh. Kailangan mo pa rin alagaan din eh. Just like taking care of your garden, di naman pagkatanim mo ng halaman mo, pwede mo na siyang pabayaan eh. I mean, nature has a way of taking care of itself, pero in cases like these na we need to help nature along, kasi nga malala na yung state niya eh, and a lot of it is our fault din naman. So, effort then to allow it to catch up, basically. Yeah, so yung involvement din ng community doon, napaka-central eh. Kasi, yun na, kung nagtanim ka ng, let's say, join a tree planting, nagtanim ka ng puno, sinong mag-aalaga ba ng puno na yun? You're not gonna go there every other day to water the tree. Hindi eh. Kailangan mo talaga kaakibat mo yung community para alagaan yung puno na yun. And I think that's also one of the harder things that's needed by all and any reforestation projects.
There are two major tribes in Subic Bay. at least in the Freeport, there's the Pastolan and there's the Kanawan tribe. And we worked with both. And now we're working with Mad Travel with both tribes. But yeah, you can't really get away from it because Subic Bay is an ancestral domain. We really have to recognize that and actually thank them that the reason why we still have that wonderful bay is because they exist. Without them, that's going to be another empty mountain. We're very thankful, and in fact, that's also one of the reasons why I saw Mad Travel as a very strategic partner because of how they really plan their activities, their operations. It's not just a standard tour. It's something deeper. And I think that's what we really need. And we're talking about behavioral change. It's about falling in love with nature, falling in love with the people. And because if you love something, you'll definitely protect it. I think that's the bottom line there, is make people fall in love with the environment.
So at 23, I gathered all my friends to celebrate my birthday in a Mad Travel tour to plant trees. And I remember the moment that we got there, the sun had already rose, and I was looking at the mountainscape of Yangil. And I was just in a moment of awe. I was like, wow, I could see every ridge and curvature of the mountains. And I was just in pure fascination of how something so beautiful exists so near where I live. And in that moment, our tour guide actually said, the reason why it looks like this is because there's no trees. There's no trees, that's why you can see the shape of the mountain. And that's not how it's supposed to be. And in that moment, my heart expanded and then broke into a million different pieces. It's like, I want to experience this beauty. I want all my friends to experience this beauty. But if this beauty isn't actually how it's supposed to be, then what does that make it? When the tour went on, we met the Yangil tribe who taught us how to plant trees, the correct way to plant trees. And I was there in the dirt, massaging my hands in the dirt and really feeling that there was life in the soil. And I couldn't have gotten that experience somewhere else. I really had to be in the ancestral land of the Yangil tribe, with the Yangil tribe, learning and hearing from them to have mind explosion, that kids like me can come here, can learn about this and make a difference. Because in that afternoon, we were just 20 kids who planted over 800 seedlings. And I was like, what if we were 40 kids or 60? 800 could grow to 2,000 to 4,000. And so much big change could happen immediately if just more and more people knew about it. And that's actually how we started For the Future.
Our first successful tour, we were supposed to pay the chieftain about 3,000 pesos. That's a small amount, but that's a test. I give him the money, and then he says, sir, wag mo na lang bayaran. And then, I'm like, why? Bakit, chieftain? And he says, sir, kasi pag binigyan mo ako ng pera, baka magastos ko sa load, sa trino na kape, sa sigarilyo. Di naman yan papakinabangan ng community namin ng matagal. So I was processing in my head. That kind of thinking is just so non-linear, so not within the realm of what you would call the latest urban education.
Nagkakilala kami ni Sir Rap na tumulong sa amin. Hanggang ngayon ay tuloy-tuloy pa rin yung tulong. Kaya yun ang isang kagandahan, nakakatuwa nga at yung bundok bumabalik na yung kagubatan. Kaya sana nga po, marami nang naitanim. Nakapagtanim na kami ng kalamansi dyan sa kabila. Nakapagtanim kami ng kahoy, pero hindi pa sapat yung kahoy dahil hindi pa totally na naubos yung kabundukan na nataniman.
Ngayon po, simula nang pumasok yung Mad Travel, tapos nagtulungan po sila pati For the Future para lang po na ma-sponsoran yung pagtatanim ng puno dito sa community namin. Simula po doon, dumami ng puno yung mga kabundukan. Tingnan niyo po, oh. Punong-puno na ng puno. Kaya, yun po, hindi na masyadong mainit. Mainit lang po pag tanghali, pero pag medyo bandang alauna na, malamig na po siya. Tsaka yung din po pag umuulan, hindi na po tulad ng dati na nagla-landslide. Lagi dyan sa bundok, lagi kami makikitang green na dinaanan ng tubig. Ngayon po, dahil siguro nakaharang na yung mga ibang puno, yun po, na hindi na siya ganun kalala na tulad ng mga 2016, 18, ganyan po.
Malaki po ang tulong ng pagtatanim, lalo na po yung puno ng kahoy po. Yung puno ng kahoy po kasi iba-ibang po. Katulad ng kasoy, ang laki pong tulong niya pagka nag-harvest ka. Malaki ang mabibenta mo rin sa market. Kagaya po yung puno na tinanim noon ni tatay ko, ang laki pong tulong sa akin ngayon. Nagawa ko na po siyang pangbahay po. Tapos nagpalit na naman po ako ng puno, panibago na naman.
Yung unang yapak ko kasi madam dito dahil galing ako madam sa bayan or lumaki po ko sa bayan. Sabi ko po noon sa sarili ko, parang hindi ako mabubuhay kasi nga, di ba po, wala talaga yung pagkakitaan talaga as in, wala. Itsura ng yangin noon, medyo kalbo pa yung iba po kasi hindi naman siya totally na-develop pa yung mga kabundukan. Hindi yan tulad ngayon po na biglang lumabong yung mga punong kahoy dahil na rin po sa tulong na rin po yun sa RAF. Malaki pong nangyari sa aming mga benepisyo na natatanggap po namin. Alam niyo kung bakit po. Nabago rin po yung aming mga pananaw na hindi lamang pala, kumbaga, noon po, pagkain lang. Yung itatanim mo yung punong kahoy tapos pag namunga, kainin lang. Yung mga natutunan namin po sa kanila, magtanim ng punong kahoy, magtanim ng kasoy, magtanim ng mangga, yung po ay pwede naman pong ibenta pala sa bayan. Mga buyer namin, nabultuhan, yun po at talagang malaking impact sa amin kasi malaking makukuha po namin na pondo para sa amin. Tapos pag magtanim ulit po, may ulit po kami ipupondo para maglinis, para sa pagtatanim, mag-uupa po kami magtatanim at saka maglinis na rin po.
Bukidnon Tagulwanon is our tribe. Bukidnon is actually an ascription from others. It's a Visayan word to refer to people who lives in the mountain. I'll start with how I got involved in this work. So, my father was our tribal chieftain, and he had that role, that duty, for more than 40 years of his life. So when the IPRA law was promulgated in 1997, he led the filing of our ancestral domain claim over our ancestral domain. After almost 20 years, in 2015, the government finally gave its recognition of our native title over ancestral land. And I was already a lawyer. I was a new lawyer during that time. So it's not enough that you get recognition over your ancestral domain. So I started to assist my father in that manner, tried to organize our council of elders and members to form that cooperative. So very fortunate for us, I met the director of one USAID-funded project during that time, the Oro Chamber of Cagayan de Oro. It was being led by Mr. Bob Ansaldo. He was former USEC of the DA. So he had this project called Inclusive Growth Through Inclusive Business. So the concept that they had was that for the tragedy like Sendong that happened in Cagayan de Oro City, where thousands died because of the flash floods that presumably came from the mountains of Bukidnon and Lanao. He said their concept was, you have to have the owners of these areas, the mountains, be included in the business of reforestation and agroforestry so that it really becomes successful.
This whole project's about empowering them and showing them another way to make money, another way to take care of the environment, to take care of their families. It means everything. We can't protect it. I can't protect it. only they can. The advice of my mentors that the only way to protect that land is they need to protect it. Therefore, they must come to train with you. Cannot be just you. And that's what triggered our visit to Bukidnon with the Aitas, no? So that they could see for themselves, they could meet another community that had successfully done it, the Talaandig tribe. That tribe inspired and really empowered the Aitas to think, wow, we can do it because they did it. They have music, art, unlimited coffee, adlay, honey, everything we want.
At kinausap ako ni Sir Rap na dalhin kami doon sa Bukidnon. Ang kasama ko po si Herman Duluhan na pumunta doon at saka si Jojo Beltran. Doon ako natutuwa sa nakita ko na lahat ng ano doon na hindi pinuputol. Napapangalagaan yung mga katulad ng ano nila doon, tinanim, kape. Yun dapat ang maitanim dito sa amin. Kasi ang kagandahan sa kape, mayroon naman ang may makinarya na pwede maitulong sa amin. Kami nang gagawa. Doon namin nakita na sana ay dito din kayang magawa. Nasa pagkakaisa ang tao para magawa yung kabuhayan ng mga tao.
We used to have tours in Aurora province, in the town of San Luis. We were starting small tours there. We weren't able to really sustain it. Tourism in Aurora is a little difficult. For the time that it was there, we were talking to one Agta guy, young father, and I would ask him, "Uy, pag wala kaming tour dito, anong ginagawa mo?" And he said, "Sir, nag-uuling ako." And I told him, "Di ba bawal yan? Baka makulong ka dyan." Because I know that some people had been arrested for that particular action. And he said, "Sir, nung bata ako, nakita ko yung lolo ko. Binenta niya yung lupa niya sa mga unat. Unat means straight-haired people. So, Tagalog, Bisaya, no? So, I said, binenta niya yung lupa sa mga unat. Tapos yung mga unat, pinutol yung puno, yumaman sila. Ba't sila pwede? Ba't kami hindi? Lupa naman namin." He was referring to the ancestral domain where we were doing the tours and where he was doing the charcoal. So that story is a symbol of all the injustice, right? And how the system is limited. You could say it's broken. I would say it's limited. With those two stories, empowering them is important, but also creating that ecosystem around them and for them is important.
Imagine if in Bukidnon, going back, if instead of the 60% land area being just idle and unproductive, if even half of that, there's some economic activity happening there, then there's goods coming out, there's jobs generated, the economy gets better, then everybody also enjoys a better quality of life under a better economy. So that's the basic formula, no, of governance, right? So that's why it's important. It's not charity of helping the indigenous people. That's how I try to change the mindset, no, the paradigm. This is not charity that you're providing free help. That's why they call it pro bono work. I actually only learned when I was in the IBP that I thought all the while, like many others, that pro bono meant free. It does not. It means for the good, pro bono. So when you do this kind of service, it's not charity to help one in need. You are doing something for the good of all.
Shift away from charity and move towards how do we empower them to create value. And so them and their products is so important. If they need money, I'm like, can you plant a tree for me? Can you sell me your tea? Can you sell me your bamboo straw? Can you sell me your parol? Can you sell me your chips, your honey? Now, cashew. We just keep asking, right? Asking the right questions forces them to learn. And soon enough, it becomes habit for them when they see me, "Sir, please buy." But that's great. It's so much better to hear, "Sir, please buy," than "Sir, please donate."
Yun na nga, typically, especially with a lot of the IT communities in the Philippines, medyo nakalungkot, pero parang marami sa kanila mababa ang tingin sa sarili. Siyempre, with all the discrimination. Pero pag nandun ka sa Yangil, may kita mo na rin may sense of pride and ownership na rin sila dun sa lugar nila at sa community nila na nakagana na, no, na parang, wow, there's some changes happening. It might be small in the grand scheme of things, pero it's not really in the size of the change that you make, but the quality of the changes that you make.
Honestly, the beauty of our country.
Hello, everyone. Hi, good afternoon. Galaw-galaw. Kumain na po ba, everyone? Did everyone have lunch already? No? Well, thank you for standing by and being here. I know it's not very easy to like sit in one place, especially if you have so many things going on in your head. But I think this next panel that we have is actually very close to my heart, and it's super important because, you know, one of the things that I noticed when I travel around the world is that the Philippines is actually a matriarch society. Like, unlike the US and other countries that I know, that it's usually it's a male-dominated figure, but fortunately, here in the Philippines, it's the other way around. So we have a big panel of powerful women who's gonna share their stories with us this afternoon, and I'm gonna call them one by one. Let's start with Giselle Tomimbang Mercado, who's actually our event producer. Giselle is a community leader, builder, cultural strategist, and experiential producer with 20 years of experience in wellness, advocacy, music and arts programming in the Philippines and around the world. She's now living in New York and thriving. Welcome, Giselle. Please have a seat. And then next we have Victoria Herrera from Mod Labs. She is a Chief Growth Officer of Mod Labs, where she leads growth and strategy and partnerships. She was formerly the VP of Marketing at Kumu. Do you guys remember that app, Kumu? So she's the one that actually launches a lot of that marketing strategies over there. One of the Philippines' fastest growing tech startups. And she also founded She Talks Asia, a major platform for women's leadership and empowerment. Victoria. And then next up, we have my personal favorite, Miss Nana Luz. Yay, thank you for being here. Nana Luz is the CEO and co-founder of SoftType, a global ERP consulting firm she co-founded in Palo Alto, Silicon Valley, California, with over 25 years of experience, a Stanford alumni, and recognized in business process improvement and cloud technology specialist. Nana has grown SoftType from a small consultancy into a 100-person firm spanning 4 geographies with an expanding technologically stack that includes Oracle NetSuite, Odoo, and a suite of proprietary products built to address industry-specific challenges. So she basically helps non-tech companies, you know, with their tech stack. And then we have, joining us online, my friend Donna Tomac there. She's an inner well-being and the Earth School co-founder. Donna hopes for a world where we can all become more of who we truly are. She encourages people to awaken through their bodies, help them fall in love with themselves again. Welcome, Donna. And then we have Elise Febre. Elise is a product and technology leader whose career has been defined by building for people who need it most. She was the first product manager at Chime, which is actually a bank, I'd say bank for the masses in the US. Now she's widened her lens, stepping back from consumer finance. She's focused on shifting the tech industry's attention towards civilization-scale problems. Welcome all your panelists. Yay. Hi, guys.
Thank you, Paula.
I know, I'm so excited to actually moderate this panel, which I just found out 5 minutes ago. But I'm so excited.
It's a flowgram.
I know. But, you know,
Paula.
what I'm really excited about is I actually know most of you, so I want you to share your stories to everyone. So I do have, my first question is for those who have non-traditional tech careers in the panel. So that's gonna be Donna, Giselle, and V. As you know, traditional path, it's always easy. You find a job, you go to like a trade show for jobs, and then you get accepted. But if you're in the creative space, it's not really a linear path. So maybe let's start with Giselle, Victoria, and Donna. What is your origin story?
Oh my goodness. Well, first of all, I don't even consider myself having a tech career, so I just have a plain non-linear career. And so I'm definitely experiencing imposter syndrome in this panel, but I'm just gonna name it. My origin story would be like I had always been kind of like drawn and passionate about arts and culture from early childhood, and that was the path that I wanted to pursue. And straight, like in university, I was doing a lot of independent film and music production, and also, events and entertainment. But straight out of college, I was invited to project manage a festival that I had experienced for the first time the year prior, and that just opened up my world. And I just wanted to keep doing that festival. But my parents were like, get a real job. And so they were like, you should go and work for HSBC and like for 30 years and get a gold watch at the end and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, this is a death sentence, but I want to be an obedient daughter, so I'm going to do it, right? Even if it's killing my soul. I went in kicking and screaming straight from a shoot, super duper colorful to fluorescent lights and, you know, people in suits. And I felt like I was a fish out of water. And from there, basically, I thought that, I could continue to suffer, or I could make the most out of this and really learn financial literacy. And that's where I kind of found purpose. It was like I revolve in circles where people don't have that financial literacy. And I also, on the other hand, in the banking, where people are so out of touch with arts and culture. And so I tried in many ways to kind of find the synergy between finance and arts and culture. Until such time that, it was difficult in Tagalog, namamangka sa dalawang ilog, which means to swim in two rivers, because I was burning the candle at both ends. And so after 7 years in the banking industry, I decided to jump ship and start my own events and entertainment production company, and called B-Side Productions. And from there, I was running fully on passion. And I was, I think, really able to kind of balance my portfolio. I diversified my portfolio of services by doing, things that were really, I like to say that I would try to mother certain subcultures, fire and flow arts, kink, burlesque, BDSM, all that kind of like fringe things, but balance that out with doing corporate events. Yeah, right? Because like we gotta feed the tummy before we can feed the soul. And then the pandemic happened, and then it was just like I didn't know who I was. And then I ended up, really having challenges with my mental health, and happened to, by doing an event, stumbled upon the co-founder of a mental health B2B company, and that's where I started having kind of like something to do that I was passionate about again. And right now, I'm kind of like in the middle of a transition. I'm kind of like at a crossroads also, like finding myself in the US, wanting to pivot into buying a small blue-collar business. I've had blue-collar dreams for the past 2 years.
Laundromat.
Yeah, my dream is to like own a laundromat or a car wash, because it's kind of like a rebellion against the episodic and very like volatile nature of like my arts and culture kind of background. But then because of people like Paula bringing me into like these types of tech or tech-related events, I'm kind of feeling drawn to be like, okay, well, maybe I should lean into this, because this gathering has been so amazing. Like, what an opportunity to bring together groups and people I'm just huge fans of, and to be able to like connect one another and see what comes up from it, what can come out of it. And so that's my very non-traditional path. And with that, I'd like to pass it on to V.
Yeah, V I've known for a while as well. And it's actually interesting. I know Victoria's sister from modeling. So she also has, I would say it's not a non-traditional path, because in the Philippines, it's like going to show business is actually a very traditional path. Like, that was the first thing my mom's like, didn't ask me to go to banking. She's like, are you gonna enter show business? It's like a thing. So
so I guess my origin story really is from my family. So I'm the youngest of 5. My eldest sister was a model in the Philippines. She was one of the models like of the 90s at the time. And she opened the door for all us siblings to get into fashion. So my background before tech was actually fashion. I was working in the industry. I did everything from styling clothes backstage. I was a writer also. I basically did everything in front and behind of the camera at the time. And when I was starting to, by the way, my brother also used to be in nightlife. So I was a club girl. Like, I would go out, I would invite all my friends in college to go to his club.
Club promoter.
Yeah, I was a club promoter. I'm gonna be honest, right? I was like, if it's gonna be a fun party, just like call me, I'll get the guest list in order. So at the time, the club that was like poppin', which my brother was a part of, it was called Embassy, it was in BGC. All right, I'm seeing some nods. It's also showing our age.
Yep, Embassy people.
So it was around like 2006-ish, right, when it was like hot. This is before social media. So what do? I make friends with every single person on campus, and in that campus and that campus. And at some point, people didn't know me, but they would just say at the door, like, oh, like I'm on Vicky Herrera's guest list, and they would get into the club, right? So that was how I learned PR. I didn't learn it through just studying, right? I learned it by just being out there and inviting people, because it was fun. It was just fun. So fast-tracked, I was living at the time in Singapore, and a guy I was dating at the time joined a hackathon. He invited me to watch. I saw how hackathons were. I thought that was super cool. And in Singapore, it's not like I wanted to bring fashion and everything there, so I started to do work in marketing. And I started to do really marketing and branding work. And from there, I lived in Hong Kong for a bit, started to talk to other companies, also tech companies, and I would say, hey, yo, I can do your social media, because all of them knew tech, but they didn't know the communication and the writing and the storytelling that involved talking about the product. So I said, I got you, I can make this hot. Like, I'm gonna make this like the hottest app you've ever seen. Like, it's like a club party, you know what I mean? Exactly. And I really learned that energy really from my brother, because he was really good at just making something like the coolest thing ever. So I said, you know what? It's a cool app, it's a cool idea. Let's have people look at it at a different light. And then when I moved back to the Philippines, what's so funny is our mutual friend, it's also how I met Giselle. His name is Angelo Mendez. He's also a club owner. He decided to join tech again. And he saw I moved back, he messaged me. He basically hired me via DM. He was DMing me. He's like, yo, you should join this app, right? So I think it's established, it's done. I show up, there's no office. And I was like, wait, so like how many people are like part of this app? Like the 5 of us, like the founders. And I'm like, wait, so I'm like the first like girl, first hire and girl, right? So he's like, you know, I don't really know what you can do, but I know what you can do, so we'll just figure it out. Like, it wasn't a formal hiring process. As the story goes, we were able, at the time, that was pre-pandemic, we raised Series A right before pandemic happened. It was live streaming, it blew up in the next few years. We were one of the first companies to hit Series C coming from the Philippines. So in terms of the investment and the raise, I was some fashion club girl talking to these investors, not knowing what is a series, you know? And then at some point, I'm like, how does the alphabet end? Like, how many raises are we gonna do, right? Because I didn't know this world. But I feel really lucky because I was around a lot of men that also respected my opinion, and I feel really lucky that they gave me a voice in the company, and I was able to really learn a lot from them and really see the growth of that. And then ever since I left Kumu a few years ago, I was doing events, dabbling again into, so I worked with Giselle and Paula for their event Acti. And then from that event, I didn't find it, but they found me actually, this company called Mod Labs, which is a partner of Developer Camp.
Yeah.
This is how we're participating with the group. And we actually do PR, and we do events, and we also do personal branding. So happy to say, I've done Paula's site.
Yeah, they did my website.
And coming soon is Giselle's site, and hopefully I can work with you guys as well. So I'm just so passionate about the idea of people as brands and awesome people and helping people understand, like, this is where the party's at. Like, these people are amazing. They're the game changers of our country. They're doing awesome work globally, and these people should be recognized. Because I think a lot of the times in the industry, a lot of amazing, brilliant people are unseen, and these are the people with the voices that matter, and that's just where I am now, where I'm really passionate about. It's still talking to people, connecting with people, inviting people to parties like Developer Camp, and having fun. That's my origin story.
Awesome, thank you. And I want to hear from, actually in this panel, trivia, fun fact. My oldest friend in this panel is actually Donna Tumakder, who's in El Nido. We used to go to yoga
Hi,
when yoga
everybody.
was not a thing. Like, we were a cult.
Oh,
We would go to
goodness.
yoga 3 times a week. My partner at that time, like, what the hell is going on? You guys are doing all these things. And I'm like, yeah. And then it's like, who are you going with? And then he sees like Donna, and Donna's like, hi. And then she's like doing all her ecstatic dancing. And then definitely my partner's like, I don't know what you're doing, lady. But yeah, Donna, tell us how you got into that.
Okay, can you hear me now? Am I clear? Okay, perfect. Hi everybody. V, sign me up. I'm next in line, okay, for your branding thing. I know I'll be in very, very good company. Yeah, okay, so way back in 1997, 1999, I'm totally aging myself as well. I was actually in corporate. And then sometime in 1999, I decided to retire. So I can say that I retired at 23. And what really got me into this world that I'm in right now is dance. Wait, backtrack. It was an earthquake. And that earthquake made me realize that I could dance. Long story. Okay, I'm not going to get into that. But what that did to me was bring movement into my life as a form of meditation. And that opened up something inside of me. At that time, people, it wasn't trending yet, like all these like ecstatic dances. There was no name for it. So I just called it movement as a form of meditation. And that really allowed me. I'm also very much a nerd, okay? I'm super geeky. And so to explain this experience of mine where I would go into altered states just through movement and music, and then later on yoga and more structured ways of meditation, which also I kind of unstructured eventually, right? Anyway, to help understand these, I actually went back to school. I started taking some transpersonal psychology and somatics classes, courses, as early as 2002. So why is this relevant for me? Very simple. I may not be, not yet, I may not be into tech the way it is in this world right now, right? But I've always been interested in human technology. Yeah. And I really think that's super high tech. Our heart, sorry, that's not my heart. Heart, and later on, our womb space, really.
Yeah.
And this, I feel, is really the tech that we bring with us, we embody it. And so I really got deep into that, looking at human potential. from very different aspects. And eventually it led me, I'm going to fast forward, eventually it led me to realize that women are cyclical beings. And that part of our womanity. And when I say woman, I'm talking about menstruating women. I'm talking about people who were born with wombs. And let me just tell you, there are about 50% in the whole population of the world that are born with wombs. And I can give you more numbers later if the time allows us, right? But I realized that there is so much about the cyclicity of women that is untapped. And this was as early as 2012. Okay, so now menstrual cycle awareness is trending and all of that, right? However, even as early as 2012, I was looking at it from a traditional Chinese medicine point of view. And there was so much about our energy, okay, our hormonal system, our physiology that affect our emotions and our psychology, and therefore our productivity. And it's highly untapped, highly it's not honored in this world today. So that is my interest in being here. How do we bring the fact that 50% of this world are cyclical beings? How can we honor our bodies and bring that into the conversation as well, and really look at it from the perspective of feminine leadership? Now at the stage of my life, I'm turning 50 this month. So I'm perimenopausal, brain fog, full swing, perimenopausal, and loving it. And mind you, there are millions, hundreds of millions of women like me all over the world. So think about that. That's really my current interest. And at the same time, of course, I think, Paula, you mentioned the Earth School as well, which we can talk about another time, which is really my at this age in my life, I really feel that we cannot ignore the intersectionality of things. And so climate regeneration, our capacity for collective prosperity, yeah, all of these are all intersectional, and that is where my interest lies now. So in restorative justice as well into that process. Yeah, so I'm a newbie in tech, but I am very, very happy to keep being invited to these spaces. I was in Greece last year for the Panathenaea Festival, which is also tech. I wondered why I was there, and I'm wondering why I'm here now. And it's a good thing because I'm always curious. And I'm curious about everybody in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. That's really insightful. Now let's go more into the tech. And for me, what I really want to hear first from Elise is like, because she has a lot of experience working in the US, right? And it's a very male-dominated work environment. Elise, how is it to own your voice in that kind of environment?
Yeah, it's a journey, I think, in finding it. First of all, in finding it, and then feeling like you can own it and step into it. And then not being afraid to really use it. I think when I started, I was the youngest. I was often the only woman, or when I would go to any conference, they would say, oh, you must be in sales, you must be in marketing. It's like, okay, nope. So a lot of assumptions being made. And in some sense, there's like a little bit of an advantage. Like you can maybe you're underestimating me, and then you can pull this surprise move. So I think that can kind of work earlier in your career. As you get older, that doesn't happen as much. But yeah, so when I was first starting to present in executive meetings or whatnot, I would notice okay, maybe I'm a little bit nervous. So I started taking improv classes. And I wanted to just be better at thinking on my feet and feeling more comfortable. And so I was kind of one of the weird ones in the improv. Well, we were all weird in the improv class, let's be real. But I was doing an especially weird path because it was a strategic thing so that I could do exact presentations. And it actually really helped a lot. And then still early in my career, I would say that like I had a lot of good one-on-one relationships, and people would often trust what I had to say, and they knew that I was good at what I was doing. But then it would get to this point where I'm in a meeting room and I would just be a little bit shy. I wouldn't speak up as much, and like I was a little bit meeker. And I had a boss at the time, and this is like probably one of the most valuable pieces of advice that I've ever received. And he was like, "Okay, we can like see how you're working in this space, and you're way better than people think that you are, because you're not actually using your voice, and you're not speaking up, you're not like owning everything that you know, and so people are going to be making assumptions on who you are and what you're capable of, and they're wrong. They're so wrong." And the advice that he gave me was like, the problem is that you think the line is here. So like maybe this is what I think I should be doing, this is how I should be showing up, this is what I should be saying. And he's like, so what you think is you're coming as close to the line and then you're backing off. And he's like, but you are totally wrong in regards to where the line is. The line is not here, the line is way over here. And so you need to like go way, 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 way more than what you think you should be doing. And he gave me this challenge, and it was like, you basically cannot trust your own judgment on where the line is, because you haven't, maybe it's like I hadn't seen it modeled, I wasn't working with a bunch of women, and it's also just, you're starting out in your career, so you're still trying to figure out what is going on. And he was like, so you don't know where the line is, and you're not going to know where the line is, so the challenge that I'm going to give you is you need to go until somebody tells you that you've crossed the line. And he told me, he's like, go talk to all of the different kind of like mentors, partners that I have in the business, and tell them that like this is something that I was working on. And so I would go up to a bunch of my stakeholders and say, hey, like I'm trying to be more assertive in meetings, and so I'm going to do this thing where like I'm going to keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing, and like maybe I'm gonna feel like I'm being really obnoxious and taking up all the space in the room. But I'm going to go until somebody tells me not to, and that way I'll actually know where the line is. And so that did like two things. One is it actually made everybody on, like, they kind of were all on my team, like Team Elise of like becoming more assertive, and so that just helped kind of create a better container for feeling confident in doing that. And then the second one was I actually kind of knew where the line was, and I was like, holy crap. It was like I could show up way more, I could be way more assertive, way stronger. Maybe I went a little bit overboard once I knew where the line was. But yeah, I think I wouldn't have pushed myself to that point unless somebody had like very explicitly told me, like, we're gonna go until somebody tells you to stop, because it's way farther than you think it is.
Thank you for that. That's really inspiring. One follow-up question, that can you tell us a story about, like, for instance, you have some idea that not everyone in the room, agrees with. Like, how did you make the room, like, agree with the idea if you know that it's the right path, especially you're in product?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes down, so in product, my job was often, it's, I don't necessarily manage the people. Like, there's engineering, there's marketing, there's risk, there's compliance. So like, I'm not their boss, but I manage like what are we building, and I need all of those people to kind of get on board, and often to like, challenge some of their assumptions. And so I can't really tell them what to do, but it's kind of like you have to play these, like that same guy who told me about the line, actually, it's like Jedi mind tricks. So one of the tricks is like you give a lot of data and you can ask questions, but often one of the biggest like things that I found useful is like often it's like you can fall on your sword. You don't have to be the one that is like, this is what we should do. It's often much more powerful if you can get people to think that it's their idea. So there's some weirdness with that, especially being a woman, where often, you'll say something, and then somebody else will say it, and it's a whole new novel idea. So that's normally going to happen anyways, but actually in this role, often it means that you can be much more effective, because I can kind of get a lot of these different teams to like, okay, maybe you'll ask a question. Oh, wow, yeah, that's a great idea. And often if you have a lot of the data and you have a lot of the expertise and strategy, and you're coming in with information that people might not know, you kind of do your best to present it. And then I would say the other version of this is often it's just a question of what goals do different teams have, and how, like, what problems are they actually trying to solve? How do you get to the root of like what do they care about? And if you keep pulling on that, maybe you find, oh, well, the reason I didn't want to do this project is actually because it's going to push out the deadline for this other thing, and I have to report that to somebody else. But at an organizational level, that's less strategically important than the thing we're trying to get on the roadmap. And so often it's kind of this like, you're jockeying and unblocking a bunch of different things and, you know, making a bunch of different connections to try to get everybody on the same page.
Awesome. Thank you for that advice. Okay, so now I'm super excited to hear from Miss Nana. So just a little bit of a background. When you yesterday, if you heard what I said during the opening remarks, that when I started traveling, what I discovered is there's a powerful Filipina woman in every organization or successful organization that I met, especially in Silicon Valley, and Miss Nana is one of them. I met Miss Nana in this Filipino Women's Network. It's basically a group of Filipino women around the world. We convene every year in a conference and award outstanding Filipinos. You have to apply, and then you get awarded, and then you're part of the crew. And I put a call out for developer camp, and Nana actually responded to that call. So I'm super grateful that you're here. Tell us about your origin story, because I know she's not in tech, but she has a tech company, actually.
So I'm not a tech person. I want to tell you, first of all, you see my hair. Okay, I'm definitely from the last century. I graduated from university in 1978. Okay, so that's before most of everybody in this room was born. Okay, and that in itself is a long story, how I even got there in the first place, but I never intended to be in tech. I intended to graduate from college, like everybody else, go and find a job, be successful at it, get married, have kids, you know, all that typical stuff. And then I got married very early, my last semester of college, and I had kids 2 or 3 years after that, and the second child was differently abled, and that threw me into a different kind of path. Because when you have a differently abled person, you will have to take care of them and figure out what's the path to independence for them as adults. So what does that mean for a person who thought of themselves as a skilled person working in a company? You become self-employed. So my origin story is I never planned to be a self-employed person. I became self-employed because I had to control my schedule. So the first thing I did is I listened to somebody tell me that another woman had studied to be a printer, you know, a press woman, a printer, and could I be a partner in a print shop? So my first job, my first business was to be a print shop owner. It was so early that my customers were things like Sun Microsystems, which no longer exists, you know, Adobe, which was fairly new, and companies like this, the early Google, the early like that. I was a commercial printer in Silicon Valley, in Palo Alto specifically. Okay, after 15 years, I have to migrate to another technology from big heavy metal Heidelberg presses to digital printing. And I decided that no, I'm not going to go there, learn that, make a new investment, get rid of the heavy iron and all that stuff. My kids, two had, you know, the differently abled one was never going to graduate from college, but he was grown up. My oldest daughter was just about to finish from MIT, and my youngest daughter was about to start university in a year. So I said, I'm out of this, I'm not going to carry, so I got rid of the business, and I had to figure out what to do next. So I told my husband, you have the PhD, you have the knowledge, let's go find something around that. And he's an applied mathematician, and he knows a thing or two about optimization. I said, I will write 50 letters to 50 large, closely held companies around the world and see what they need around optimization. We only need one answer. So I wrote those 50 letters, crafted each one of them one by one, sent this thing out, and believe it or not, somebody answered and sent us 2 tickets to go to London. I went to London. These people wouldn't talk to me, they talked to my husband, he was the PhD. So I'm in the room and they're talking to him. Does she speak Spanish? He says, passable. Oh, good. let's send her to Italy. What Spanish and Italy have to do with each other? I don't know. Send her to Italy. We have a company we invested in, losing money. Find out what the people are complaining about. So I was shot off to Italy. I interviewed those people, asked them like this with a translator, of course, because they didn't speak Spanish and I didn't speak Italian. I returned back to London, and I thought, oh, great, they're going to thank us, give us a check for a few days of consulting, we'll go away. Instead, they said, she did a great job. Talked to my husband again. Can she go to Italy and find out how they're doing things so wrong that they're losing money? And so my husband said, you want to go to Italy for 2 months? I said, sure. I went back to Italy, and there I sat like a fly on the wall, drinking espresso twice a day with the bosses and the other people, and trying to understand why they're losing money. So I used Excel to count inventory and understand how they're taking orders, how they're doing things. And in the course of that, I told my husband, we need something to count inventory. So he researched this up, and he found a little company called NetLedger, and he called them up, and they said, oh, we just changed our name to NetSuite. Why don't you subscribe to one of our products called NetSuite and go count inventory? And that's how I learned about NetSuite. And it launched us into an ERP business, which still exists today. It was 25 years old last year. We have delivered this to 600 plus groups of companies, about maybe 2,500 companies in all, in 30 countries. We have offices in 4 or 5 different countries, and all of that, and it's launched us into this business. So that's my backstory about that, and I'm still there, and I'm 70 years old, and I need to retire. So last year, I decided to build a box around my knowledge, and so I went to an AI class, and I built my doppelganger in a box, and I called her Nancy for NetSuite, and I created another one called Oscar for Odoo, and it thinks like me, but any person in my company can use this to essentially engage with customers without me next to them. And we expect our business to double this year because of this Nancy and this Oscar. Over to you.
Talk about, my next question was standing out in tech. I think she answered that already. No, this is super inspiring. And how many employees do you have now, Ms. Nan?
Well, last year we had 120 employees. And fortunately or unfortunately, because of AI, which our AI head is somewhere in this building, his name is Henry, you go look for him, and talk to him. I hired him to come and help us be more AI, and he's really helped me a lot. But fortunately or unfortunately, because of the tools that we have put into place in our company, everybody has an assistant now, an admin or assistant or something. So we have now retrenched plus allowed attrition to take place, so we have 90 people now, but we were 120 last year. So 25% of the company shrunk, and the business has increased. It's expected to double this year with no need of really extra people. And the advantage to this is our customers can buy the services and the products from us more cheaply, because we don't, even though our hourly rate is not so inexpensive, but because we're much more efficient, we can give it a better price. We have more customers interested in us.
Nice. That's actually, now that we know that we have a lot of students here, I think it's important for us to get advice on, like, in the age of AI, what are employees looking for now?
I don't know what
Employers,
I don't know what employees are looking for, but I can tell you that employers are looking for people who can think, who can problem solve, and who can communicate. If you don't have these 3 things, you can be the genius of the world, and you cannot be employed. Communication is probably the #1 skill. Ability to understand a business problem and talk around that is very important. And so we've created the tools to upskill our people in business problem solving and engaging with people conversationally about the deep things about business. Not just how the plumbing of a software works, because that's not important anymore.
Yeah, that's true. That's interesting. Okay, so follow up, I guess, for everyone.
Paula, I'd
who
like to
had,
say something.
Some experience building in Southeast Asia, because, like, it's different in different countries. I know you've worked in the US as well, but considering there's more people here in Southeast Asia, what is something that you feel is unique that we look for or we have to have building in Southeast Asia?
Okay, Southeast Asia is a very, very good, fast-growing economy. So there is a huge amount of opportunity in Southeast Asia compared to other places. The problems are a little bit different. It's a very distributed, businesses are very distributed. Businesses are extremely distributed, so you have to have solutions that can handle the fact that somebody will be in some little island or top of some mountain or something like that. The bandwidth might be a bit low or things like that, but there's huge opportunity in Asia. Our business in Asia is equivalent to our business in the rest of the world.
Wow. How about Donna? I know she has a business in the islands, right? It's not very easy, as we know, in El Nido or anywhere else that's a small island. What do you think is unique
Can you hear me?
with building in Southeast Asia?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That's a really really good question, Paula. But first, I just want to say, I mean, take a look at the room. I already feel connected to Elise through improv. I love improv. To Nana. I took my transpersonal psychology in Palo Alto, actually, at the Institute of Transpersonal Psychology at that time, way back 2003, I think. And I also want to point out that when I was listening to Nana, I was so amazed that she was able to build this business at a much later age in her life. She was probably either perimenopausal or menopausal at that time. And I just want to point that out because my mom is the same. My mom, as an entrepreneur in logistics, built her big business after during her menopause, actually. And that in itself, I mean, imagine the potential of that. I just want to leave it at that because I know that many people here are developers and creatives and all of that. Now, with regards to Southeast Asia, I think we are in a very, very good place because we are developing. I mean, a lot of times we think of like, oh, we are a developing country, therefore, kawawa naman tayo. Diba? However, I feel that because we are a developing country, there are many, many opportunities out there. I'm in education. Yeah, I am in education. And the opportunities that are in our region right now, I really see it. So there's opportunities for innovation. There are many problems to be solved. Yeah. And what is being creative anyway? Creating something out of nothing. When we started the Earth School, my husband and I, it really came from the necessity of wanting to live on an island and having the best education for our daughter. That really involved connecting with nature. It did not exist, and we made it happen. Because my personal mantra in life is if it doesn't exist, then create it. Yeah, and so opportunities like this, so many, especially in our region. You just have to really open your mind and your heart and see what is there.
Awesome. Thank you, Donna. And I want to have Victoria next because she had the experience building in the US and also building in Southeast Asia.
And Southeast Asia, when you look at it, it's so different also. Like our culture in the Philippines is different from Thailand, it's different from Vietnam, it's different from Indonesia. Singapore is so different, right? What I would recommend as a builder is to really study the culture and the community of the markets you're going to build in. And even in like the Philippines, in different industries, they have different cultures of how they do work in different industries as well. And then in different towns, it gets more granular of how they do things there. So what I learned the most is to study first how the communities work, especially if you are introducing a product or a tool, and it's something that it's not normal in that certain area, it could feel very intimidating. And most of the time, it would be probably the best solution, but if there's fear or there's misunderstanding, they could feel a little overwhelmed by new technology. So I think connecting on a human heart level to the community, understanding local leaders, understanding what is their intention, what is their ambition, how do you connect to the needs of the community, then you start from that language, you meet them where they are, and then help introduce the concept and the ideas, and then give them the power to grow. Grow your product or grow your app or your event, right? And it's really about, if you have the intention to empower them, to help them, then it will take the walls down and have them receive, versus coming in as like, oh no, we're gonna do this here and this is how it should be done. It doesn't work like that all the time in every market. I was telling Giselle, I said, you remember like even in the Philippines, what is the one thing we love to do and it instantly like puts our walls down? So we commune, it's when we eat together. It's like when we're around the table and we start talking and we share stories, our walls go down, and then people can talk about business after, right? Or about the technology. It's the community aspect I love about our culture that I feel like isn't always looked at, but when we look deeper, there's so many ways to connect to people.
Thank you for that. And let's give advice for those that have American dreams, right? What do you think it's like in what's... Yeah, it's all of you guys. But yeah, Elise, tell us, what do you think now that you've been in the Philippines for a few days?
True.
What do you think if I was a Filipino student, I want to go to the US, and what do you think I should carry with me there to have more advantage?
So I'm also from Canada actually. So I did
That's
the
true. Like Canada. Okay, so
I did well. But I then was trying to get to the States. I think the first thing is like, I think it's the same thing of like you're going to the, so I did basically an entrepreneurship program in Canada, kind of like the Y Combinator of Canada. And then when that was finished, I wanted to come to the States. And you still are like, oh my God, but the people who work at Facebook and Google, they must be geniuses. Like I could never possibly talk to them. And then you move there and you meet them and you're like, oh, you're just like a normal person. And so I think this, like when you don't know, or like, because of course these companies are so big and they've done so much that like you tend to like put it up on this crazy pedestal and you're like, I could never do that. And that's just totally wrong. And so I think like first and foremost realizing that like the people like that, they're just like normal people. Oftentimes like you probably have more potential than a lot of people who are there. And if you're able to like make it all the way over there and get there, like that already means that you've gone so much farther, like you've had to work so much more. And so just like knowing that, I think, and embodying that and then having the confidence, I think it's like similar thing to the like finding your voice. Because oftentimes people will just look at you and like they're gonna take you a little bit at first value, how you're speaking, like how you're showing up for yourself. And so really like stepping into your power and like feeling like I do belong here. I'm supposed to be here. I've gotten this far. I think could go, at least for me, I found like that was helpful. Did I answer the question?
Yes, you did. Okay, Giselle, you want to say something before I ask the last question for everyone? Are you sure? How about your laundromat? She kept on telling me, I really want to find a laundromat. I'm like, okay, but she's like this fabulous event organizer here in the Philippines. Like, I just want to stay home and like, go to the laundromat.
Well, it's not so much that I want a laundromat. What
Or
I
something,
was looking,
yeah.
Right. Like the core of it was like, because I had run on passion so much that I had kind of like not given as much attention. Like I was like kind of letting the business figure it out for itself. Whereas, now at 42, I'm like, you know what? I just want 10 more years of grinding, and then I want to CTFO. I just want to chill the F out. Like, or like work on projects that I'm passionate about without the pressure of it, paying my bills and everything. So for me, I feel like even if I don't take this path, I think that what I'm getting from it is this, I guess, the courage to kind of like step into rooms that I feel like I don't belong in, and just really with curiosity. Because even if I don't, pursue my blue collar dreams, I have learned so much. I've connected with so many people. My accountability pod from my mastermind is like cheering me on for this event, and it's such a value to kind of have like that group of people supporting you, and to kind of like put another Jenga on what V was saying about like community. It's really, I feel, one of the things that we as Southeast Asians have, or Filipinos have, is our innate relationality. I think that, we have the word kapwa, which is like fellowship, and it's just really innate in us to kind of like move through the world, knowing that we are connected to one another. And I think that when you show up, and when you kind of like move from this intention of like, this is not just about me or me filling my cup, will also kind of like help overflow into the collective flourishing of my community, then I think that kind of like really will help propel you forward in whatever shape that may look like.
Thank you. That's beautiful. Okay. Last question. One sentence. Start with Donna. What is one skill, aside from coding or any technical skill, what is the one skill that you want to tell everyone, especially the students, that they need in their backpack as they move forward in this world?
Wow, that's a really good question. Rest.
Awesome.
Learn how to rest and
Yeah.
recover. Yeah. My motto in life, Paula, is, but the way I see rest is I work in between rests.
That's true.
Because rest is our foundation.
That is true. That's good.
So, yeah.
Thank you, Donna. How about G? One sentence. What is the skill that they should take? Think about your skills already.
Oh, yeah. I would say authenticity. I think when, like, be true, or try to feel what's truly in alignment. And sometimes, it doesn't, maybe it's not a decision that you make instantly, but like, because I'm in it right now, but I am learning to kind of really feel into what is true for me, and trust that once I take one step, the path will unfold and will show itself. Yeah.
Awesome. It's just funny. I just want to share, when Giselle started she was new in the US. She showed me this video, and she joined a dance class, and she was practicing in the corner, going super crazy, and that I actually noticed her compared to the ones that was performing, because she was just so authentically herself. I just had to share it. It was so funny. It's just real authenticity from a very small girl from the Philippines. Amazing.
Walang hiya.
Yes,
AKA
exactly.
walang hiya.
How about you, V?
I would say learn how to listen, because a lot of the times people are talking and you're already thinking of what to say, but you're not really listening to what they're saying. And you would be surprised how much better your relationships would be, your business would be, if you're just really listening. What are they really trying to say? And sometimes it's not the words, sometimes it's the expression or the emotion. There's so much behind what they're trying to communicate. So I would say listen. And if it's okay, I can just give one more. Just something really tiny, but it's practical. Just be on time.
Yes.
That's the other thing. My business, my career changed when I started to be more aware of time and doing things extremely on time, and then I could see everything around me change. So that's another thing I would say. That's it.
Awesome. For me, I think the message I can give to people is ability to communicate with a total stranger, because you will face in work or in business, you will face a lot of people you don't really know too much about. So please be well informed okay, about the general state of the world. I mean, even if you're not that interested in it, because you have to be able to communicate to other people. If you are a blank wall in front of other people, your career will not progress. It doesn't matter how technically savvy you are, and of course, be a good listener in order to be able to communicate. Definitely be on time. That's not a good quality of us Filipinos. Please make sure you're on time. 5 minutes ahead is great.
Yes, that's correct. Elise?
Okay, I'll do one that's a little bit more maybe developer focused, because I think most people here are developers to a certain extent. I think, and I'll sneak two in, I think kind of to V's point, really listening, and as developers, it's really fun to like build a bunch of stuff, especially with AI, because now you can like build so much stuff, but like really making sure that do you really, really, really understand the problem, and that the thing that you're building is solving that problem? And then I would say, as far as like skill set development, especially, I can imagine it's a little bit scary now as a developer, entry level, you're just starting to get a job. I would say like really try to use as many tools as you possibly can. Make yourself like push as far to the edge as you can go, using all of the tools at your disposal. Learn how they work, learn where they don't work, because that's going to be where you can really come in and say like, hey, I already know all the tools, but like, here's where they kind of break, but here's how I can help you fix it. Like that's going to be the thing that people are really looking for when it comes to hiring engineers.
Thank you. And I want to share something too with what they were saying, what really is important. The listening aspect is really important, because that's where the opportunity lies. If you don't listen to the person that you're talking to, you would not know what their problems are. You would not know what they're thinking about. And then you will not be able to ideate how you can help them and probably come up with a business and an opportunity for you. And I'd give you an example. I never knew that there was a kiteboarding scene in the Philippines. I went abroad because there's just no clientele for me here. Kiteboarding is such a niche sport, and it's quite expensive, until I spoke to somebody in Miami who told me like, oh, the best kite surfing spot that I know is actually in the Philippines. I was like, what? Like, yeah, it's in this place called Amanpulo, but of course we don't know about that because there's no media about it and things. And if I didn't listen to that conversation, I wouldn't have the chance to know that. And because of that, I was able to find that I have friends that actually go there and built the first kite and surf center for Amanpulo in the Philippines. And this is from a conversation that I listened to randomly from somebody that I met in Miami. Wow. Right? So thank you everyone for listening. Thank you for being here. And yeah, the ladies, the powerful ladies of Developer Camp. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to run in really rogue and just say also thank you so much to Paula Rosales for moderating this panel on such short notice. And a quick plug, which is these folks are all here and available, including Donna online, for mentorship. And I think if you want to continue the conversation and really get their perspective and go deeper than what you saw here, find them. Elise, I know, is really craving depthful connection and talking to women. Sorry, not just because, but because of mentorship is available to you, and sharing our experiences as women is something that feels very satisfying to me, and I think these other women as well. So please engage them in conversation.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
What do you... mo siya i-full screen. Yeah, that's it.
Good afternoon once again, everybody. Can I get some energy up here? When I say developer, you say camp developer. Developer. I'm not convinced. Let's try that again. 1, 2, 3. When I say developer, you say camp developer. Developer. Yun naman pala eh. So our next presenter for today is a very, very dear people as humans, but also super baddies in the tech world, the blockchain and Web3 space, which I know nothing about, but they'll tell you all about it. So without further ado, this is
Hello.
attorney Nathan Marasigan and Miss Kat Gonzalez.
Hi everyone.
Marasigan.
Hey
How's
everyone.
everyone doing?
Good. Sleepy. Sige.
Who's ready to talk about blockchain?
Yay. Wala.
Can I get a show of hands who here understands or knows what blockchain is? Okay, well, that's quite a lot of people. Usually we don't get that many in terms of ratio. Who has built on blockchain before? Okay, cool. Yeah, so maybe just quick intros. I'm Kat Gonzalez. So I've been in the crypto blockchain space since 2018. I used to be a banker, so yeah, I was. We were both bankers actually before. Then we saw what was happening in terms of blockchain, crypto, and how that was really innovating and disrupting traditional finance, is what we like to call it, right? So in 2021, we both joined a Web3 startup. So one of the bigger projects that came out of the Philippines called Yield Guild Games, YGG. So maybe you guys have heard of Axie Infinity or Play to Earn. So we were the people who was running that community here back in 2021. So I left a pretty cushy job. We both left pretty cushy jobs to kind of dedicate our lives to this, right? Since then, I've been with a couple of other Web3 crypto startups and projects. And yeah, now I'm here talking to you guys. Hopefully, there's some knowledge we can impart as well based on our experience. But enough about me. Let me turn it over to Nathan.
Hey guys, so a bit different profile from the rest of you. So I'm a lawyer actually. I have a law firm. It's called M Law, but most of my clients are in tech, which is why I'm here, right? But we are really passionate about tech and serving our tech clients. Blockchain technology is one of the bigger industries that we also service, but we also have a lot of clients in the fintech space, AI space, etc. Right? So yeah. That's me. That's the reason why we're here. But I think the idea here is to encourage all of you to look at this emerging technology, but also sort of show why it's very relevant right now, especially in the Philippine context. So I think we can be more informal, right? We can just do like more like a fireside chat. Let's just ditch this. But yeah, I think that's better. It's better like that because I did prepare some slides like a lawyer, like a boring lawyer, but I think it's better if we just chat about it. No? Like make it less formal. So, well, blockchain technology is this technology that's underlying cryptocurrencies. Have you guys heard of cryptocurrencies? Okay, so cryptocurrency is the biggest use case and it's the most famous one. But what we are seeing and what we have seen in the past few years is there are a lot of new use cases. Okay, so that technology, it's a distributed ledger technology that you can apply not just in currencies or money, but in different cases like land records, etc. Okay, so we, well, Kat didn't mention this, but we are also highly technical consultants for the government of the Philippines. This is our project, no? But that's why we are really passionate about it, because we are seeing that the Philippine government is supporting it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think like maybe we can talk a little bit about what we've seen change from maybe 2018 until now. At least that's when I started in crypto and got involved with the community. Yeah, maybe you want to kick it off. What
Okay,
have you
so
seen change from a legal perspective, regulatory legal
Sige,
perspective?
ganito. I'll switch. I mean, we're all Filipino naman tayo lahat, di ba? Or do we have a bunch of... Okay, so what I've seen is it's much more accessible kasi pag nagtatagalog tayo, I'll just switch Filipino-English. So ang nangyari kasi dito, guys, if you remember, Bitcoin was invented, right? But then around 2016, 2017, there were a lot of ICOs happening. If you remember, initial coin offerings like Ethereum, they were raising a lot of money. So in the bank that we were in, Union Bank, medyo forward-thinking sila, progressive sila. Sabi nila, tingnan natin itong technology na to, and itong mga technology na to, kailangan rin nila ng banko na partner. And Union Bank was the only one looking at that. None of the big banks were looking at it. Okay, so 2017, 2018, Union Bank made this fintech group, but at the time, not a lot of people were talking about blockchain technology. In fact, no one was talking about it. And then, so what happened was we did a bunch of experiments on blockchain, like an escrow project, and then we had a staking project, a stablecoin project in Union Bank. And from there, I think that's where it grew, right? So the interest and the use cases grew.
Yeah, I would say back then it was, you know, the crypto scene, the community was still very small. Actually, one of the places we would meet at back then every week was just a basement similar to this, I think maybe even smaller. No windows, and we just get together and talk about things we were passionate about. Institutions didn't really care much here in the Philippines at that time, except for Union Bank, which I think, to be honest, maybe we were just doing it to learn, but not really to commercially launch some of these projects. So from my perspective, I think from then to maybe fast forward another cycle after, another market cycle after, was really when crypto Web3 started to gain mass adoption in the Philippines. And that was the play to earn era, I would say, right? So I don't know if any of you are familiar with Axie Infinity. Did anyone play Axie? Okay, cool. Awesome. So one of the we both moved to YGG. We knew some of the founders, and they invited us to join YGG at that time. And that's really when I saw crypto like tangibly becoming a force of good. So I remember my first month in YGG. There was a huge storm here in the Philippines, a huge typhoon, because every year there are, you know, a dozen or so typhoons here. And within a couple weeks' time, this was almost like Christmas, we actually raised $1.5 million and became one of the biggest donors here to NGOs because of that. So that, I mean, that was just one of the great stories. But also during that time, a lot of people lost their jobs because of the pandemic. And a lot of them turned to Axie Infinity and were actually making more than what they used to make in a minimum wage paying job.
Yeah, so I think nung nangyari nun, 2020, di ba nag-pandemic tayo? And then people started playing this game. They started making more than minimum wage. So ang nangyari, at the time, did you know na ang Pilipinas, MetaMask is one of the biggest wallets. Did you know that 20% of MetaMask users nung time na yun, Pilipino ha, in the entire world? In the past 3 to 4 years, we have always been in the top 10 of the Chainalysis Global Crypto Adoption Index. So our highest there was like 2 or 3, but we have never left the top 10. Now, if you're talking about Web3 gaming, nandun tayo palagi sa top. Lagi tayong number 1 because of that use case. But what I think is very important now to talk about is yung ganun kasing use case, laro, di ba? Cryptocurrency, pera, trade. Ngayon, especially last year, mas lalong, there was a lot of focus on alternative use cases of blockchain. So, if you recall last year, I mean, I want to point this out now. There was something very political that happened last year. Do you remember? It's the corruption scandal, diba? The flood control scandal. So for me and for us, we've been lecturing actually, I've been a consultant for other government institutions about blockchain. As early as 2021, nagli-lecture na kami na, hey, this is what this could do, diba? This could make it very transparent. We could see
but
everything.
No one cared at that time, from government, or even from institutions, actually.
No one cared, actually. Yeah. No one cared. I wrote a book about it, no one cared. Who cares about that, right? But it
like, oh, that's nice. Okay,
oh, that's nice,
that's
sure,
cool.
whatever.
Okay.
Don't care, right? 2021, published the book. Nice. No one cares about your book. But last year, nangyari flood control, mahiya naman kayo. A lot of these contractors came out. And then what's a funny, really funny thing, which I thought was, you know, kind of fortuitous, was the CTO of Union Bank at the time was my co-author of this book. And last year, he was appointed to be the secretary of the ICT, which is the cabinet secretary of the president. And so obviously, he was like, yo, blockchain, blockchain that, blockchain this, diba? Kasi sabi niya, okay, ito yung problema mo. It's not transparent, it's very opaque. Let's see how this can be applied there. So as of last year, we are doing a feasibility study for the DOST, which is the Department of Science and Technology. And we have seen and we've studied exactly how much interest in this technology has blown up. So, nung time na sinulat namin yung libro, merong 3 bill. Bill is like a proposed law. So there were 3 at the time, over a span of like 4 years. Last year alone, up to this year, it's like there's more than a dozen now, right? And bills are an indication of what the people want. So yung mga congressmen kasi, obviously congressmen are in hot water, right? People are like, yo, you're stealing our money. Do something about it. Everyone's filing these bills. Another thing, well, I'm supposed to do the legal side, but you can talk more about like what you found in that study. But there was a bill that Bam Aquino passed. It's called the Cadena Bill, but it used to be called Blockchain the Budget Bill. Because if you recall in that flood control thing, it was the lack of transparency with the budget process, right? Where we found out like billions and billions and hundreds of billions of pesos are going to a few people. So Bam Aquino drafts this bill, and it goes to the Senate. He files that bill immediately in the lower house. Like 3-4 bills are like, yeah, we'll copy this bill. Just do the bill, right? Goes to the Senate, gets everyone to agree to a bill. 24-0. Guys, I don't know if it's a geeking out for me, like as a lawyer, but that doesn't happen in the Senate. They all fight.
And I think like it was quite unifying because it was actually trying to solve an existing problem, which is the corruption and through this flood control projects, right? Which is corruption that we haven't seen at that scale in the Philippines before. And so I think it was timely that, you know, that was an existing issue, that they were trying to leverage blockchain technology as one of the solutions, right, for as well, like to be able to track where budgets are going, etc. So I think like government now is kind of, you know, very open, actually, completely, like very open to blockchain, etc. But aside from government, I've also seen institutions becoming much more open, right? Because of the proliferation of stable coins, because they see that it is more efficient of a financial system versus perhaps SWIFT or other ACHs, automated clearinghouses that we have. And so I think in the past year, there's been this huge shift where it used to be very community driven. It used to be very like, it was kind of like in a way, kind of like a counterculture towards traditional finance.
Or barkada. Parang people knew each other, yeah.
Yeah, I mean like the ethos, etc., that the community had and why everyone was championing it at the time when we first started, right, way back when. Now you're actually seeing institutional adoption. And I think that's super exciting. Aside from our project with USD, I'm actually consulting for another financial technology company, one of the largest e-wallets here, that's exploring tokenization of real-world assets.
Very brick and mortar business.
Super brick and mortar, but there's actually a use case and a problem that this can solve. So I think before we were trying to find problems to solutions we could build a lot of the times in crypto and blockchain, but now we're actually seeing real problems that it can solve. Yeah.
So okay, for me, like my objective here really is just to encourage everyone to be open to emerging technologies like blockchain and just build that idea. So the main idea or thesis that I had is just build it, right? So I've advised a lot of founders. I've been part of a founding team myself for an energy company, energy tech company, some Web3 companies as well. Most of them died, right? But I think there's like a step going from 0 to 1, or like ideating like in workshops like this, where you have analysis paralysis, where you're like, teka lang, pwede ko ba gawin to? Teka lang, gagana ba to? Diba? So what I want to impart, or what I kind of want to say, and please jump in at any point here, is as long as hindi yan contrary to public morals, public policy, yun yung standards namin mga abogado eh. Diba? You're not promoting something patently illegal. You can do it, right? So just think of that. Like if it's an emerging technology like AI, blockchain technology, quantum computing, all these things, if you're thinking of like a use case for whatever it is that you're building, just try it. Just come up with the idea, just do it, right? Wag mong gawing blocker yung, teka lang nga, ano bang I've seen this a lot, right? Most founders are pretty bullish and they just go. But there are also some founding teams or people that, like devs or like tech people that are immediately questioning sort of that thing. So yeah, that's my idea.
Yeah, and I think maybe just to add on that, like it's just going back to our project with the Department of Science and Technology. I think what they're doing is really interesting because this project would launch like kind of give like an opportunity to developers within government agencies and even the academe to kind of innovate, do R&D and test, right, live use cases before they can commercially scale. And one thing that I've seen happen as well is that usually governments or even some private institutions will rely on like private, tech startups or companies to build things for them. But now what I like about the current project we have is it's actually encouraging a space for government officials, people in government, to actually innovate on chain. And it just shows like how far we've come versus like 7-8 years ago.
Yeah. So there's an actual technical term for this, guys. So this is very relevant for founders and developers, no? Which is why I think, aside from that political inflection point, I think now is the best time to build. If you're in emerging technology, if you're in blockchain, AI, etc., it's the best time to build. Because there are these things called sandboxes. So for me as a lawyer, these are called regulatory sandboxes. But what the project that we're talking about from the DOST, which is the Department of Science and Technology, it's a technical sandbox. Okay, so what is a sandbox? You remember when we were kids, your playroom, sandbox, etc., you're building castles of sand, right? But with your teacher sort of supervising the whole thing. It's kind of like that. Because regulation will never be up to date. They get, especially legislation, so ganito regulation is regulatory agencies or executive agencies. Legislation is laws. Passing a law takes so much time. It takes years to pass a law. Regulation, it takes a long time pa rin, but not as long as laws. But this whole entire process, which has been there for decades, centuries, that will never catch up to the development of the technology that you're building, the ones that you're looking at now, the ones AI, in blockchain. It will never catch up. That's just a fact. So in 2017, when we were building these new products, the BSP, literally a sandbox was like, we had a PowerPoint presentation with the BSP, we gave donuts. Guys, this is what we want to do, what do you think? It's not illegal. Okay lang, diba? Like the song and dance, like that, right? That's 2017, 2016. A few years ago, the Insurance Commission came up with the guidelines of the Insurance Commission sandbox. That's a huge thing, right? It gave you like parameters on how you can experiment on insurance products. So let's say you have an AI product on insurance. Insurance Commission sandbox, okay? If you, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, the central bank in the Philippines came out with their own rules. Okay, you want to experiment in bank stuff, fintech stuff? Okay, come to us. Let's see, what do you want to do? What do you want to build? Oh, you're using AI? Okay, tingnan natin. Let's see, let's look at it. O sige, let's try to test it out in like 100 people. Okay, let's test it out to 1,000 people. Okay, it's not so bad. Okay, you can do it commercially. So you graduate from the sandbox, right? So I think 2 years ago or a year ago, the SEC, which is the regulator that oversees investments, they came out with their own rules. So what we're seeing, this trend talaga, that the Philippine government is supportive towards emerging technology, okay? Am I making sense? But yeah, that's sort of what I want to say here, that we shouldn't be afraid to do that thing. Just like iterate, experiment, build it.
Yeah, and maybe like final words from me, because I think our time's running low. So I've been through several cycles now with the crypto industry. Everybody knows the price of Bitcoin, right? It's been going up and down since forever, right? For the past like 4-year cycles, right? Usually 3 to 4 year cycles. We're currently in a bear market, and so a lot of the attention has gone, out of the Web3 what's happening in Web3 or crypto. But what I can say is now is actually the best time to build, because it's projects that build during the bear market that are actually ready and, are the projects that are going to be funded the next cycle, right? So it's tough. Capital is not really there for a lot of crypto or Web3 projects now, but the survivors of this bear market will be the winners in the bull market. So don't let the market turn you off as well. If you really want to build something now on chain, now's the best time to do it.
Yeah, so I think that's our idea. I hope you got something from that. Yeah. I think that's it. Yeah, that's us. All right.
Thanks so much, everyone. We'll start in about 2 minutes for our next panel. If anybody needs to transition, use the restroom, we'll start in a few minutes. Thank you. Our panel discussion is starting very soon as we have people here. So if we want to start, come on over. All right, everybody, we're about ready to start our next panel discussion on climate. And first, can I get an energy check? Are you guys ready for a climate panel discussion? Say yeah! All right, there we go. Okay, let's go. Our first panelist is a 4-time TEDx speaker on sustainability and social entrepreneur. Raf is leading the transition toward regenerative, low-carbon economy in the Philippines. Through Mad Travel, he empowers indigenous groups, farmers, and fisherfolk to build green livelihoods, restoring over 4,000 hectares of forest, planting 129,000 plus trees, and collecting 12 plus tons of plastic waste. Without further ado, Raf Yunisha, everybody! Next, we welcome the Earth School as an education partner for Developer Camp led by David Esteban online. David brings extensive experience in transnational education program across basic, vocational, and higher education. As head of school, he champions sustainability in education through outcome-based, thematic, and project-based learning. Located in El Nido, the Earth School offers nature-immersed environment where innovation grows from connection to land, community, and purpose. Let's welcome David! Yes. Okay, as a fashion stylist and creative director turned impact storyteller, Meg has spent over a decade in communications and media while serving on missions from Tawi-Tawi and Basilan to India and Nepal. Today, as Director of Communications and Partnerships at Waves for Water, she safeguards the dignity of communities through careful, ethical storytelling and strategic partnerships. Meg believes innovation must center people and that while women are disproportionately affected by the water crisis, they are also uniquely positioned to solve it. We're honored to have her perspective. Let's go, Meg Manzano of Waves for Water. All right. Okay. We'd also like to welcome an organization that works directly with families, women's cooperatives, volunteers, and local partners to build simple solar solutions, creating green jobs while addressing energy poverty at the grassroots level. Their programs amplify voices from climate-vulnerable communities and turn participation into power. Operating in more than 30 countries and building large-scale participative solar installations, they prove that innovation can be both hyper-local and globally impactful. Without further ado, let's welcome Ilac Diaz of Leader of Light. Let's go, Ilac! Where is he? Oh, no, there he is. Yay! All right. I think, okay. Lastly, we welcome this organization that is building the digital infrastructure that enables rural communities and farmers to access global climate finance through AI, blockchain, and verifiable carbon markets. By transforming environmental action into trusted digital records, they unlock funding flows that were previously out of reach for frontline climate stewards. Without further ado, let's welcome Wingham of Earth Sama. Okay, and so I'll turn it over to Wingham and Ilac to co-moderate this discussion. Just remember David's behind you and in the room from El Nido. All right, take it away, guys. Thank you.
So yeah, maybe we should start with, we'll take like 2 minutes from everybody on what inspired you guys to create your organization, and how did you take your first step into the industry? Yeah.
That's a good question. I haven't really thought of that. I think what inspired me was seeing people my age, people younger, people older, who could make a lot of money but dedicated time to create a way for people to take care of others and take care of the planet while still maintaining financial support properly. So them taking that new path, like I was very moved by that, and I thought, why am I not doing that too? I should be part of that. And that first step was trying to join a camp like this, like a decade ago, right?
Yeah, wow. So taking like the unbeaten path and showing others that they can do it to make a profit as well.
Yeah, it was a purpose bigger than what business school had verbalized. And I think today, I'm hoping that people continue to verbalize that, the world needs, for lack of a better term, like mindful millionaires. If you're going to be a millionaire, you should be able to spread the wealth, not enhance the inequity that goes around.
And do you have a current goal for your organization?
Well, at Mad Earth, what we're doing is we're trying to build the green economies with indigenous farmers, mostly the Aitas and the Magat. So the Sierra Madre just behind us here, or up in Zambales, and we're doing it in a way that where we empower them to make their ancestral domains productive. So agroforestry, some organic farming, and then ecotourism, all layering all that, right? So that they don't need to leave. They can stay home. They can grow food for us because we have to feed ourselves, and then they can also earn an income while taking care of that great environment that they have.
Wow, so yeah, even like a holistic approach. And so I'm gonna jump to Dave. Is it David, right? Yeah. See if you could David at Earth School in El Nido, just to share, what inspired you to create Earth School, and how have you impacted the El Nido community?
Thank you for that question. I was inspired in many ways by the Green School in Bali, I'm being honest. When I first saw what they were doing and how their students were excited about making a difference, it woke me up to how education can be different and how we needed that here in the Philippines. I'd been working in education at that point for a few years. I'd been working in education since 2007. I think I first came across their work in 2015 or so. And that's when I started get excited by the idea of eco-pedagogy. So eco-pedagogy is an approach to teaching and learning that is, of course, student-centered, but also context-based, and it is focused on social and environmental justice. Right? So this encourages students to make a difference, to make people's lives better.
As well as their own. And Donna and my wife and I, we founded the school, and we were looking at the places in the Philippines where we could put up a school like this. And when we saw El Nido, we found another here, another community as well. And there's a matching value, you know, between the values of your school, where people care, fair share, and the values that we saw in the community of El Nido. So it's been a good match so far, and we're excited to see where all this will grow. We're really excited by seeing the impact that our students are already making. They've done things like organizing river cleanups, setting up, using arts festivals, running community theater camps, and community theater groups, and coming up with original theater productions based on Philippine and international mythology, studying river ecosystems, creating apps as well, and creating programs as well. So, yeah, we're excited to see where all this is going, and we're excited to see the impact that our students should make on the world.
And that's awesome. And do you see this successful school model work in other islands of the Philippines?
I think it can. And naturally, you would need to have. It wouldn't necessarily have to be exactly the same model, right? Because it is context-based, you have to adjust to the context where the school is, right? So what we're doing at your school works here in Manila, right? If we're to do something else, put up a similar school somewhere else, it wouldn't be exactly the same because the context is different, you know? I do work with UNESCO in the Unity Education Partnership. And the work that I do there is in the curriculum working group. And what we're doing is we've developed a way to incorporate sustainability into education. And the goal is to have it in basically half the world's schools in the 2030s. So I definitely think things are moving in that direction. And how the model looks is still going to be very relevant. It's going to be very relative to where the community is, you know, the context of the community we're working with.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. You know, one of the things important of launching products and programs is making sure you adapt to the community, right? And you know, David sharing how like you do a school in El Nido, but it's different in different parts of the island, so you got to adapt to those. What their needs and their characteristics are. And it's really important in climate. Thank you for sharing that, David. I'm going to have Meg just share, you know, what inspired you to start your project, your business, and you know, how did you get into it? What did you take the first step?
So prior to being in the development sector, I was actually a magazine editor. And it just so happened that one of the assignments that I was on was about waves for water. And actually, the name itself, Waves for Water, it was founded by John Rose, who is our founder. He's a retired professional surfer. He remembers coming to Siargao in his 20s with just 800 pesos. And what he envisioned for Waves for Water was really wherever in the world he would like catch a wave, he wanted to provide water to the communities around it. He was a surfer, so back in Indonesia, when he was there on a surf trip, an earthquake hit, and he happened to become like a first responder, only just because he had filters on his backpack. And he saw firsthand how when a disaster hits, again, when like an earthquake, a typhoon, even like a blackout hits, one of the first things that goes, aside from electricity, would be water. And that being said, like he thought there was a nifty way to just bring this filter to different communities, not just to hikers, not just to backpackers, but to communities who would really need it. So on my end, when I saw what Waves for Water was about, how simple the technology was, I just automatically volunteered as tribute. So that was back in 2016. I've been working with them for, I guess, like over a decade now. And we've been able to go to all 82 provinces in the Philippines. Now our goal is to hopefully provide like water filters to completely to like one province, to really provide clean water access to an entire province, hopefully. But till then, at least on my end, really what inspired me was seeing how women sort of really come up, and when they see that sort of like how the filters work, there's a light bulb moment. Because it's usually women who are the ones who have to walk like 5,000 steps, right, to get water for their households. Only just because the men or the husbands are out fishing or out in the fields. So it's really women who are tasked with that water walk. When I saw, how that would help them, and when the women see that, the titas, as we fondly call them, they become protective of how the water filters work. And when we come back like a year after, or even like almost 10 years after, you see it's really them who have become stewards of the water filters. So hopefully that's something, also very much relevant to Women's Month. We're seeing more and more how water has become really a women's issue.
And when you were working in that community, how did that make you feel, helping the women in that community?
It was, I think it was eye-opening. Like for me, I always have an emotional support water bottle beside me. When I'm thirsty, I drink from it. It's right there. Or when I'm thirsty, I always have to walk 10 steps, 20 steps from my room to the kitchen.